Muy buenos días, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la Conferencia Climática Internacional 2025. Bienvenidos a Córdoba, porque el compromiso latinoamericano comienza acá, en Córdoba. Con más de 5.300 inscriptos de todo el país, hoy comienza la primera Conferencia Climática Internacional y la quinta Cumbre Mundial de Economía Circular. Estos eventos son organizados por el gobierno de la provincia de Córdoba y la Municipalidad de Córdoba, rumbo a la Conferencia de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Cambio Climático que tendrá lugar en el mes de noviembre en Belén, Brasil. Este encuentro se extenderá hasta el jueves 3 de julio en el Centro de Convenciones Córdoba y va a reunir a más de 60 expositores y líderes ambientales de todo el mundo. Estamos viviendo la previa. La gente está ingresando a esta Conferencia Climática Internacional 2025. 3 de julio en el Centro de Convenciones Córdoba. Y va a reunir a más de 600... En minutos, el gobernador Martín Yarlora encabezará la apertura formal del encuentro, que tiene como objetivo la construcción de una agenda regional común que sirva como insumo para la COP30. Mucha gente ingresando, haciendo las acreditaciones correspondientes, porque en minutos le damos apertura oficial a esta Conferencia Climática Internacional, que fue armada y creada con mucho amor, con mucha pasión. Les contamos que este martes, esta jornada de martes, tendrá una nutrida agenda de actividades. Comenzarán en el Salón Algarrobo, con las palabras de apertura y la presentación del compromiso regional hacia la COP30. Estará a cargo de la ministra de Ambiente y Economía Circular de Córdoba, Victoria Flores, y del campeón de alto nivel de la COP30, Dan Yospe. Luego se desarrollará el panel Construir Territorios en contexto de crisis ecológica planetaria. También estará presente el espacio para representantes internacionales, en donde participarán el embajador de la UE en Argentina, el embajador y el viceembajador de Francia y el jefe de la sección del clima de la Embajada de Brasil. Seguidamente, por supuesto, nuestro gobernador de Córdoba, Martín Yarlora, brindará su mensaje de bienvenida y apertura oficial ante autoridades, expertos y asistentes a la CCI 2025. En el cierre de las actividades de la mañana, el propio Martín Yarlora y gobernadores de varias provincias mantendrán el diálogo político federal, dando el puntapié inicial a la construcción de una agenda ambiental desde el interior argentino. Por la tarde habrá sesiones plenarias y sesiones simultáneas. Entre las primeras se cuentan clima y género. Esta charla se dará en el Salón Algarrobo A desde las 14 horas. También contaremos con la conformidad al cambio estructural y el informe de IPCC para ciudades. Esta charla se dará en el Salón Algarrobo A. Durante la conferencia se dedicará un espacio relevante a debatir el impacto del cambio climático sobre mujeres y niñas y las vías de acción para atender estas realidades. Estamos viviendo, estamos sintiendo la previa de esta gran Conferencia Climática Internacional. En minutos arranca la apertura oficial. Bienvenidos a la Conferencia Climática Internacional. Bienvenidos a Córdoba. El impacto del cambio climático sobre mujeres y niñas y las vías de acción para atender estas realidades. estamos viviendo, estamos sintiendo la previa de esta gran conferencia climática internacional. En minutos arranca la apertura oficial. Bienvenidos a la conferencia climática internacional. Bienvenidos a Córdoba. Sobre mujeres y niñas y las vías de acción para atender estas realidades. Estamos viviendo, estamos sintiendo la previa de esta gran conferencia climática internacional. En minutos arranca la apertura oficial. Bienvenidos a la conferencia climática internacional. Bienvenidos a Córdoba. Sobre mujeres y niñas y las vías de acción para atender estas realidades. Estamos viviendo, estamos sintiendo la previa de esta gran conferencia climática internacional. En minutos arranca la apertura oficial. Bienvenidos a la conferencia climática internacional. Bienvenidos a Córdoba. Estamos viviendo, estamos sintiendo la previa de esta gran conferencia climática internacional. En minutos arranca la apertura oficial. Bienvenidos a la conferencia climática internacional. Bienvenidos a Córdoba.
ese aplauso.
Fuerte ese aplauso.
Hola, ¿cómo están?
¿Cómo les va? Bienvenidos y bienvenidas. Qué bien
placer.
Arrancar Power así, qué lindo evento. Muchas gracias. Para nosotros es un orgullo darles la bienvenida a la primera conferencia climática internacional Compromiso Latinoamericano. Fuerte ese aplauso,
Fuerte
vamos.
ese aplauso para todos ustedes. Para nosotros que vamos a hacer puente en esto, Mariano Cardarelli, Mili Felicia, estaremos acompañándolos durante el día de hoy.
Es un contexto global que necesita reforzar la cooperación y acelerar la transición hacia el desarrollo sostenible. Córdoba se posiciona como sede de intercambio plural, abierto y estratégico de ideas rumbo a la COP30 en Brasil, Amazonia.
La 30ª Conferencia de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Cambio Climático, prevista para noviembre de este año en Belén, Brasil.
Y estamos conectados con más de 150 disertantes, 21 países que participan desde el centro del país con este importante evento, la primera Conferencia Climática Internacional, organizada por el Ministerio de Ambiente y Economía Circular y el Gobierno de la provincia de Córdoba.
Además, agradecemos también los coorganizadores, la Municipalidad de Córdoba, Local Government for Sustainability, Global Covenant for Mayor Climate and Energy, and Advanced Leadership Foundation.
Este evento ha sido reconocido por la Organización de las Naciones Unidas con el carácter de evento conmemorativo por los 10 años del Acuerdo de París, en alusión a este histórico compromiso global asumido en el año 2015 para reducir las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y también limitar el calentamiento global.
Además, por supuesto, agradecer al Grupo Popular Danzante, quien inauguró este primer día de esta conferencia climática internacional. Este malambo femenino buscó resignificar la danza tradicionalmente interpretada por hombres, en este caso revalorizando y visibilizando el talento femenino dentro de las danzas folclóricas.
Y vamos a hacer una especie de calentamiento. Ha habido mucha gente desde muy temprano, por varios meses.
Here to start conversations and to create awareness. Among the speakers, do you know that on July 24th, it's the day that the Earth overturns? What is that? What does that mean? It's what indicates the beginning of the demand of psychological resources in a specific day that exceeds what the Earth can regenerate that day. And do you know when in Argentina the biocapacity is exhausted? In the middle of this conference, on July 3rd. And that's why it's so important to talk about climate change, because that brings us all together. It impacts the environment, it impacts on health and the economy, and it's global. And it requires a collective, coordinated response, and it has solutions, and that's important. There are specific actions that help mitigate and attenuate the effects, and because it invites to, or there is a call to action to reduce the carbon footprint and to contribute to a solution that must be global and collective. That's why we're here today, to create awareness, to promote actions, to work together, to work towards a sustainable future. More than 150 speakers from 21 countries and debates that are absolutely necessary. And we're going to talk about the things that are being done to mitigate the effect of global warming. Conferences with different different topics. One of them is climate change, energy transition, and it's important to highlight that we are going live through social media, Instagram, Facebook, in Spanish, Portuguese, and English, in simultaneous interpretation. As these talks take place, what we are saying, you can also follow it up on YouTube. We want to thank also all the authorities here, the officers. Governor Martin Charchora, a great host this morning. We're going to listen from him in a few minutes. Ignacio Agustín Torres, Chubut Governor Maximiliano Pujaro, Governor of Santa Fe, Sergio Raúl Sigliotto, Governor of La Pampa, Carlos Sadir, Jujuy Governor, Daniel Pacerini, Mayor of the City of Córdoba, Alicia Griselda Aluani, Vice Mayor of Entre Rios, María Victoria Flores, Minister of Environment and Circular Economy of Córdoba, Danny Ospe, from High Level Climate Champion COP30, the Ambassador of France, and the Ambassador of the European Union here, Rodrigo Perpetuo, Secretary Director of ISLE South America, Carolina Basualdo, member of the Board of Directors of GCOM and Mayor of Despeñaderos, thank you, Ignacio Lamote, Secretary of Investment Council, and representatives of the British and Brazilian Embassy in Argentina. We'd like to thank all the officers that are here from the national state governments, intermediate governments, universities, sponsors, companies that make this possible, and the media that are here today. And to continue and to break the ice, we're going to welcome now to open this day to Maria Victoria Flores, Minister of Environment and Circular Economy of the province of Córdoba. Welcome. A big round of applause for her. To all of you, thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time to be here with us. We can see that there is a full audience. I'd like to thank all the public officers from different locations in Latin America and in Argentina. More than 90 stand owners that are going to be with us. It's being an important coordination event. I would like to thank the cabinet, the state, the province cabinet that started working on this event, important to the region. We'd like to thank all the team that has worked shoulder to shoulder, and I think we've experienced this. We feel like we've been living here in this convention center. Thank you for all the time that you've devoted to it. For us, it's a responsibility to have such honored members of different organizations around the world. More than 16 states are here, and they attended to take care of this common home that we live in. People from different continents are going to be here in the need to work on public policies that are common grounds for everyone. And when and I'm going to read something from Pope Francis. The urgent challenge of taking care of our home requires that everybody gets together in search for the sustainable environment. Now we have an alliance from outside the capital city that is the voice of the subnational governments. We understand that we are part of those who do not deny climate change. We don't create ideologies. We are part of the governments that are decided to move forward, to advance, and to start facing the consequences of climate change. From Cordoba, most of the provinces that are here with us, we understood that speaking about the environment is not just to talk about what the state needs to do. It's what the public, the private, the academia, and the sciences have to work on. And if we don't agree, if we don't work together, and we don't work on this together, there will be no climate change measures that can face this climate change. When Obama came to the climate change in 2017, he said we're the first generation that starts feeling the consequences of climate change, and perhaps the last one who can revert that. We are in the face of one of the last challenges that we are facing. In the past, we never had to discuss the development models, the loss of biodiversity at the levels that we see here today. If in this conference we leave with the conviction that with each individual action we can transform the actions to look for this common home, to allow the subnational governments to stop talking. And we know that climate change is spoken globally, but the subnational governments, we know that the actions are local, the impact actions are local. And we need to understand that with our look into the COP30, where countries get together to discuss the guidelines and the financing. We, the subnational states, we have to be the voice that is heard, the voice of the countries, in the case of Argentina, that when there is an administration that denies climate change, there are so many provinces that we know that we have to act now. From Cordoba, we take a stand. We want to work with the industry, with the farms, and in our daily life as citizens. And that's why today we welcome you so gladly and with a lot of responsibility. Sometimes in the environmental topics, we feel that we are alone. And then we turn around and we look around and we look at this room, more than 5,500 people enrolled. And let's start walking a different road. No better, no worse, just different. Welcome to this first International Climate Conference and the fifth World Summit on Circular Economy. We hope you can enjoy and that these 3 days allow us to become aware that the planet is screaming. It can't hold anymore, can't take it anymore. We have to take immediate measures. Thank you so much and have a beautiful day.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Maria Victoria Flores, Minister of Environment and Circular Economy of the province of Córdoba. And we'll continue with this International Climate Conference, the Latin American commitment. More than 150 people will speak here today. This event is in person, but we are also streaming live. Something interesting, this event measures its carbon footprint. The Climate Change Secretariat of the Circular Economy Ministry assesses the carbon footprint. So some people would like to answer the questions, please, because it has to do with that, with understanding the carbon footprint, not only to have that information, but also to make decisions accordingly, to make us more aware in this environmental engagement. And it's a collective engagement. The countries that are participating, Argentina, Germany, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile. We also have people from Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Spain, US, France, Mexico, Moldavia, Norway, Paraguay, Peru, Romania, Ukraine, Uganda, and Uruguay. A very complete event, and it's great to bring this message to other latitudes in the world. And now to continue with what comes next, the international cooperation is very important, so we're going to continue with our presentation. We're going to invite Dan Yoshbe, high-level climate champion of the third UN COP30. A big round of applause. Dan, you're up. A big round of applause to you. And welcome to the stage. Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As we should stop talking and start doing. and this is the key issue at COP30's conference. It's an issue that has to do with implementation. I believe that we are facing a quite complex political system. Geopolitics is not in favor of conducting large negotiations, as it was said before. Um, in the Paris Agreement, all of the countries agreed on some actions to be taken. The clock is ticking, and this agreement, after this agreement, we had very few chances to make progress. On the other hand, from the negotiations perspectives, we have a lot, we have achieved a lot to do, for us to do whatever it takes. So we'd like to thank the governor, the minister for the invitation, and would like to congratulate Cordoba for putting together this spectacular event. Mayors, governors, ministers, secretaries, and officials. This proves that society, the subnational society of all countries, are actually involved in this important issue. Not only our generations, but the future generations. If we don't do anything different, as it was said before, then we won't be able to achieve our goals. We won't be able to continue the development, the social and economic development. Actually, we need to bring sustainability issues as the key issue, actually, to develop sustainable development. Without this, we won't be able to actually contribute to the well-being of the people. Since the Paris Agreement, we were able to do a lot of things. If it weren't for all of the climate changes and all of the climate actions we undertook, this challenge today would be much bigger. So a lot has been done, but the world has grown. The populations and the development populations developed in such a way that was not sustainable. So the challenge became larger, and now we have little time to find these solutions and to put them into practice. The good news is that we have a lot of solutions at hand. We have all of the political objectives aligned, and we know what we have ahead of us. We have the people, we have the financial resources in place, we have great resources, and we have the solutions that we need to put in place. So this is why Brazil decided that COP30 would be the implementation COP. And I believe that everybody will have to work hard in order to implement the right solutions and the right projects. In Bonn, Brazil, 2 Fridays ago, they launched a climate agenda, this single agenda, this common agenda. The champions team that I'm representing, the United Nations, and here we have developed a one single agenda. Why? Because we are convinced that the implementation is the key, and we don't have much time, so we don't work hard, we won't be able to achieve the goals. So this is why we developed the one single agenda that considers five vertical axes, which are the mitigation, adaptation, and transition, and then a horizontal axes, which are the enabling factors that'll, for example, human resources, training, finances, and so on. And here we have 30 key objectives. None of them are really new to us. And this again speaks to the idea that we don't have any excuses. What have we done? We launched these 30 issues called global stock that was also approved by the 198 countries on climate change. So we're not proposing anything that has not been agreed by all of the countries, the member countries in that participated in the last 15 years. And these are very well solutions. Agriculture, for example, transportation, energy generation, um, financing, adaptation, and these kind of things. So I would like you to take your time to find this information, because with these 30 key objectives that have been published, we're entering the activation phase, where all of the subnational agents and the social groups, all of the organizations, will be able to locate their own points of, I mean, the contribution, for example, where they can make the right contributions to focus, because we can, discuss, but if we don't move on to the implementation phase, we won't be able to achieve the objectives. So please focus on finding your focal points and activate. There is an extended network across the world that you're familiar with that'll help us do this job. And to wrap up, let me say that in the Brazil cycle, which is also very important, I'm from Brazil, we we have two possibilities, three possibilities. First of all, a very open COP where everybody will have an opportunity to participate in a very democratic way. People will be able to present their visions. Secondly, as Argentina, large country that has a lot of the activities, all of the social groups that are interconnected with these 30 key objectives that we published. So So we have actions and projects that are already being implemented or are ongoing. And finally, we can escalate. I mean, if we're going to discuss degradable generations, so we'll talk about, for example, 100,000 hectares, or, for example, energy production, sustainable energy production, renewable energy production. It's a large country. If we talk about financing, for example, Brazil has proposed this system for tropical forests called TFF, which is a facility with over $1 billion, one of the largest projects in the world to keep all of the tropical forests of 70 countries, because they are key. They're the key for the world. So when we talk to the people that have been involved for a long time in the field and climate change, these are key issues, and Brazil makes its own contributions, and I think it's very important to take advantage of this cycle in order to escalate as soon as possible and to have the largest diversity as possible in order to have a very strong um, objective. As a high level champion from the United States for COP30 Brazil, my mission is to bring, to have you all, because we're going to do this all of us together, and so that we work in an organized way, but each of us with their own speed and pace. And so you can rely on us with a high level champion. It's an interesting team that is available for, to assist you. We are very, very enthusiastic about it, and we're looking forward to welcoming you to Brazil, but always focused on, down to earth focus. We can discuss, but we have to move on to implementation. Otherwise, we'll have bigger issues than the ones we're facing today. So thank you very much. Enjoy this 3-day conference. Thank you. Thank you. Implementation, discussion and implementation, what needs to be done, the responses that are necessary, very important, what we're going to discuss. We'll also like to thank this International Climate Conference is supported by the Latin American Development Bank, the French Agency for Development, the German Society for International Cooperation, the American States, OAS, and also supported by the National Organization of the United Nations, Habitat, UN Habitat, and UN Women, Bio Cordoba, the Circular Economy World Summit, Sustainability Without Borders. I'd like to thank the Abina Foundation, Cordoba Tourism Agency, Pro Cordoba Agency, Lardy of Cordoba, Bancor, the Ministry of Industry, and the Ministry of Infrastructure and Public Utilities and Utilities. We have over 150 speakers, and hashtag, we have a hashtag for CCI, for International Climate Conference, and World Summit on Circular Economy. Also, we are streaming live YouTube. Let's move on to the first panel. Let's welcome Sebastián Navarro, who's the General Secretary of the Coalition of Capital Cities of the Americas for Climate Change, CC35, who's going to be moderating the panel, Carlos Morena from the Territory Department from the Sorbonne University from France, a world-renowned leader for developing the concept of the 15-minute city. Michael McNaghan from the Prompt Network, who created the ecological footprint concept. Welcome on stage. It is first climate conference. Let's welcome with a warm round of applause. Welcome. Thank you for having us here. I would like to thank On behalf of all of the people from Argentina, the governor of Cordoba, Martin Chachota, Vice Governor Ms. Bernardo, and Victoria, who's the minister, for having us here and for staying up for this climate challenge when the science actually questions climate. Those that are resisting this agenda, this is the pathway that all of the provinces and the intermediate governments should follow. Everything we have is natural resources, watches, everything you see come from natural resources. We are using 80% of the natural resources, more than what the actually can, the world can stand. We're using, our credit cards and so on. In this city, 11 years ago, in 2014, we were able to organize the most important world summit. 150 mayors gathered here in this world summit who paved the way. Many of these mayors are part of the current administration. And it's an honor for me to be in this opening ceremony. Congratulations for this DNA and this initiative to safeguard the autonomy of the local governments. You're an inspiration to be able to achieve climate goals. A round of applause, please. We have with us, we have Matis and Carlos, two brilliant minds. I'd like to thank Clay, a close friend of mine, one of the persons I admire the most, Maria Laura, the director of ICLE in Argentina, for having you here in Cordoba City, GCOM, and the Advanced Leadership Foundation, very close friends, Jorge Brown and Juan Verde, who have been leading large events since the Obama administrations, and Nobel Prize winners. Thank you. Thank you for making this possible. You're warmly welcome here. They never had Fernet with Coke. I asked them to bring some over here, but it wasn't successful. In this conference, COP30 has to be also the right time for subnational governments. It's an important time in Belém. I think it's as important as the Paris Agreement to be able to have all of the agreements for emission reductions. We have only 23. I think it's going to be a lot of work to have all of the countries on board in order to submit their indexes. Carlos Moreno is a researcher, a world-renowned researcher born in Colombia, now residing in France. He's a professor, associate professor at the Sorbonne University. He's the scientist of the Territorial Innovation Department. His contributions are renowned in different local governance projects. He is a counselor for different political figures. His concept of the 15-minute city, half our territory, traveled around the world. His work aimed at transforming the lifestyles, urban spaces, and provide solutions to large cities in the 21st century. His books have been translated into over 13 languages. He is a member of multiple science organizations and societies, and he has received several acknowledgments and rewards and awards. Matisse, another close friend, if they spoke about ecological footprint, he is the creator, he is the founder, a concept that emerged some time ago, half Californian, half Swiss. He is, besides being the co-founder of Ecological Footprint, as it was said before, we have consumed, the way we measure natural resources and how we consume natural resources. We are a week worse compared to last year. That was August 1st. This year is June 24th. Mattis was also selected as the model for sustainability. He has got different awards, world awards. We are facing a world context for climate change that is impacting on the future of humanity. Carlos and Matis have fostered different theoretical frameworks, for example, the 15-minute city and the ecological footprint. So let's see how we can transform our territories and our times. Carlos, you're known for promoting a proximity vision, the 15-minute city that seeks to converge economy and city life. Can you tell us about this concept? Thank you, Sebastian. And I'd like to thank the authorities from the province of Cordoba, the ministers, Maria Victoria, Maria Julia Reina, and everybody here. The government of Brazil. Let's go to the chase. You just talked about Paris. We were celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. Celebration is a term, quite a difficult term for us as scientists because then we can see that the objective to limit the temperature objective we have hasn't been achieved, and we actually surpassing that temperature limit. So we're going through a critical situation in France, for example. Right now, 88% of the territory is in an alert situation, a heat wave that we're going through. This is the last week of the spring. On the other side of the hemisphere, we're seeing this cold waves. What do we mean by this? As scientists, as committed scientists involved in our cities, that the situation is not only a climate emergency, it's climate, economic, and social emergency. Who's leading this struggle and fight? Local governments. Over 50% of the people are concentrated in these cities. 84% of urban centers, 90% of urban centers in Argentina. So we need to be aware of the key role of CO2 emissions and the emergency to change our lifestyles. Otherwise, we're going to lose not the collapse itself, but the loss of. I mean, we'll have increasing territories where we're going to. It's not going to be possible to survive. We held the UNOC and we launched the World Coalition of Coastal Cities because coastal cities also gather a lot of population. What can we expect today facing this situation? In the Urban Development Forum that was held in El Cairo in 2024, I proposed not only the proximity as a lifestyle to reduce the carbon footprint, not only to preserve biodiversity, but also to change production matrix to have a local development with short circuits, raw material production, to perform educational activities, and at the same time to regenerate social interactions so that neighborhoods are actually places to inhabit. And the history is showing us with floods and when there's scarcity of water, for example, and transportation systems that collapse, that proximity has become the best resilience. Resilience does not only mean to go back to the old times, resilience is to live better than before. And today we're considering the life quality in terms of emergency, climate emergency, a new regime, as Latour said when he wrote his book, a new regime, a new climate system. And proximity as resilience, as I said, I call it proxilience. And proxilience should be the key factor for the transitions we need to make in each of the territories, regardless of their scale and their size. Each of the cities has to contribute to this new paradigm of this living paradigm because it's changing, the governance, lifestyles, and production matrix. So our call on behalf of the observatory, the World Observatory for the new territories is, I mean, we don't have Albert Einstein said that insanity is to actually use the same methods to address the same issues, expecting for different outcomes. So we need to change the objective, the methodology. Proximity allows us to live in a more efficient manner. Proximity doesn't mean distances. Proximity, as Mujica said, is being close. And as he said, you should take some time to actually cultivate relationships because this is what is going to be left. So proximity is actually highlighting or enhancing communities, having local businesses, schools, having places to develop sports, health centers, doctors' services. This is a natural habitat of cities that are alive. Cities are becoming sick, and we have to actually heal them. And healing should be based on welfare, and welfare is related to harmony. And we, the community members, colleagues, and citizens that are part of the territory and nature, uh, Martin will talk about that. So my call is a revolution. It's a cultural revolution, the proximity revolution, neighbors, neighborhoods and communities, local communities that can actually develop a new social, economic, and matrix. The answer is not on economy or social issues if we address them separately. So we want to have sustainability. So every dollar that is put in, we have a return on investment, and we have a social, economic, positive impact. This is what proximity involves. Thank you, Carlos.
During the pandemic, we forgot of it as if nothing had happened. We fly more, we consume more, as though pandemic had been just a dream. In rural areas, people lived better than people in the cities. They didn't suffer the lockdown or any of the things that the cities suffered. So people in rural areas had it better. Matiz, your global footprint network focuses on a better life in the planet. Can you expand on that? Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you all for being here. Thanks to the government of Cordoba for opening up the state. Thank you for tolerating my ugly Spanish. It's my best effort. Why am I here? Why do I come from California, where it's summer and beautiful, to here, to the cold winter? I come here because you're rich. The world doesn't realize it, but you're not only rich because you have Fernet, but you're rich because of the ecological capacity. Those who think about the biocapacity. The biocapacity is the mother of all resources, is the mother of everything we use, unlimited to food or wood or fibers or fossil fuels. But it's the capacity of absorbance that is limiting. If we have more CO2 emissions, we have less to produce carrots, and energy is limited by the biocapacity because there is a lot of metal underneath the earth, but we use energy to bring it to the surface. We use ecological surfaces that we are destroying. Everything is competing for that biocapacity, and you have a lot, and it has a lot of value, but it's not being acknowledged. Worldwide, that's happening, and that's what we calculate with the ecological footprint. Our planet, um, the consumption in our planet is 80% more than we actually need. So it's like consuming 1.8 Earths, and we should not use all of the planet because other wild animals need the biocapacity too. So the ratio between what we're using and what we have in the planet is like 3 times more. And that's the biggest market failure in the world. And a market failure hurts everyone, especially it hurts the biocapacity suppliers like Argentina. So imagine how high should the biocapacity price be so that the demand will go down to a sustainable level. That is the difference. And you, as biocapacity suppliers, put that on the table. The world is in pain. And it hurts even more to those countries that are the richest ones, but they don't even know, and the world does not acknowledge that. That's why I think it's unavoidable that at the end of the day, we put a price to it. The overturn, the ecological overturn is going to end. The question is, how is it going to end? Is it going to end by design or by disaster being imposed? Here in Cordoba, you're clearly in command. You have the key to the future, and I'm very glad for that. So, how do we measure? It's easier than measuring money. Nature, at the end of the day, can be measured in the and this can be measured as biocapacity. How much of it um, can be saved? Cordoba is Cordoba city is smaller than Cordoba province. Cordoba province is smaller than the country and than the world. And we have to compare what we're consuming. It's pretty easy, and that's how the budget is calculated. The budget is not something imposed. It gives us the option to choose for a future that works. And it's not just about awareness, it's a lot more about trust, reliability, and to recognize that you are rich. And how do we use that wealth in a useful way? I was born in Switzerland. There are lots of savings in the banks right now. And because there is a lot, why do we save it there? We don't spend much. Knowing that you have your wealth here, it's an incentive to take care of it. That's why you have your comparative advantage in that ecological power. So congratulations, Cordoba. Thank you, Matis. Now, this is a question for both of you. The urban models at this scale represent challenges. What contributions can the urban world um, help with now that we have come to this ecological overturn? This question is key for the local governments that are here today, the governors, the mayors. The 20th century was a century in which cities developed around three basic materials: concrete to build the residential neighborhoods, the corporate buildings, and all of them separated. That is the functionalism, the Athens letter, the Le Corbusier heritage. And that's why we built highways that connected one place with the other. And the main means of transportation were cars, rubber, metal, oil. And cities were built upon that after the Second World War. And it was what was imposed at world level. How is it possible that all cities have exactly the same organization? Even cities like Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia's capital, the nomads' capital, the largest empire. It's one of the most contaminated, the highest polluted cities in the world. So the 20th century transformed citizens into the Entorus creatures, half car, half humans. And the cars not just as a means of transportation, but as a status symbol, the bigger the better, and a masculinity symbol too, because it's for men who went to work as executives and women who stayed at home taking care of the kids and preparing everything for the father, the husband, to arrive and be comfortable. That time of the 20th century has passed. We're now in 2025. Please, governors, we have to end it. The world like this is unsustainable. Highways cannot continue to be the agents where people connect and to increase the carbon footprint. It's not just because of the CO2 emissions. In a hair, there are 150 that get aspirated and produce illnesses. So it's time, high time, that we change the model radically, and we have to change it from its roots. We got used to these long distances. We waste time by commuting, and there are more distant things, and we waste our lives in order to commute. The urbanism of the 21st century shortens those distances. They're more vertical, more services, more local stores. The change of the productive matrix. It's a service urbanism that combines the digital world, AI, with the hybridization of the presence, of the physical presence. AI cannot be a dehumanized AI. There are three AI that we have to cultivate with proximity. AI, so it helps us with certain tasks to be more efficient. The adaptive AI, Darwin said, the intelligence is to adapt to new circumstances, and the economic crisis and the climate urgency and the difficulties in terms of social matters call for that. And the third, please hear, the AI that we never talk about is the ancestral AI, the roots that we have in our locations, in our lands, that capacity to communicate, to create neighborhoods and community and humanity, the ancestral AI, in order to have an urban vision of services and to generate quality of life and well-being. That is the contributions of the 21st century that we are promoting, and we want to contribute with that in this remote proximity revolution. We are celebrating of 10 years of COP21, and we are celebrating 10 years of the Paris Agreement in a polycentric territory that changes our ways of life by offering well-being, safety, and a new economic, social, um, and ecological matrix, a humanistic approach. Thank you, Carlos. In order to heal, we have to acknowledge that we're sick. And we are now in a sick economic model that we have to acknowledge that we're wrong, that we have to change it. Like Carlos said, we have to change it drastically. What is your point of view, Mattis, about this? We have to go out of that overturn is to produce value. So the question is not so much as what is sustainable, but what is going to be valuable in a predictable future. It's predictable. It's predictable because we're going to have more climate change and less resources. What's going to change? What's going to work? And when things expand, they turn down that biological overturn. They're going to be more valuable. They're going to be more coveted, and they won't have the resource cost that others will have. So I love what Carlos said. Cities are a big part of the solution. And what I love the most about what you said, Carlos, is that the 15-minute cities are valuable and a lot better, even if we don't have ecological overturn. But there are five axes, mathematical axes. You're a mathematician, right? There are five axes as to how we can get there, how we can produce that value, how can we design a world without overturn. And the actors are the following. First, the biocapacity supply. How do we supply better? How do we take care of the ecosystem so that they produce more? The other four start with Carlos' finger, the cities. And if we look at the cities that are built in the Mediterranean areas without cars, have a high quality of life compared to those built for cars like Philadelphia or Canberra. It's a factor 4 or 5 that they need per person. That's the difference. And the quality of life in Siena, for instance, is much higher than in Canberra, Australia. The third is the energy axis. If we produce energy with fossil fuels, a lot of carbon footprint. If we produce it as Uruguay with wind energy, much better. The fourth, the fourth matrix is food. Food uses half of the biocapacity of the world today, and it's pretty intense. And the fifth, how many we are. We're twice as many people, so we're using half the planet more. So once again, um, what can we do to reduce the ecological overturn and the potential to be valuable? So the question is not what is sustainable, but it's what will have value in a foreseeable future for climate change is to have the resources. Thank you, Mati. Carlos, from the global perspectives and the ecosystemic um, world, we have a chance to improve the quality of lives. How do you imagine the role of territories in the construction of social justice for climate change and reduce the inequalities? In small or low density um, locations is key because that's where the future of humankind is at stake. I wanted to tell the mayors, anyways, and the governors of the local governments science is not an opinion. Science is data, it's facts, it's analysis, it's mathematical papers, statistical papers. Science is not an opinion. And territories have a transformative capacity if they have a comprehensive view. We have to get out of our siluses of the vertical um, way of thinking, the ones who think about education and transportation and they don't communicate among themselves. Territories must build a strategy that is transformative, comprehensive, based on science. We cannot base our decisions on political opinions that risk the future, not just our generation, but the future generations as well, based on just opinions. Even when those opinions are the opinions of the majority, that they're so called popular. I would say populist more than popular, but they don't rely on anything that is proven. Science has had a key role in the history of humanity by clearing out the concepts in which we live in and expressing raising doubts on what on what exists. Science is not absolute. It questions itself all the time. So we have indicators. We have social life indicators, matrix indicators on how we work, on how we commute, on what we consume. We have to have the territories solve three equations. The world we live in, it's not the world we live from, and it's different from the world we believe we live in. We cannot have urban political projects based on beliefs. We must prove it with mathematical, geodata science, statistics to prove how we live, who live there, and how to project that future. That is called strategy, development plans, local urban planning. We cannot continue leading in a short term or just to satisfy uh, the constituents that do not have the knowledge of what the reality is behind certain things that appear on the surface. Climate change is a fact. Poverty in cities is a fact. The difficulties in social interactions are a fact. Our job is to manage the fabric, the ecological fabric, the economic fabric, and the social fabric. It is to to have seamless and systemic planning. Thank you, Carlos. Matis, the governor is arriving. I'm going to ask you to give a final comment, especially in the subnational context. Nowadays, the government, the subnational governments have in their hands the mobility, the waste management, some part of the energy industry as well. And we need a subnational era that is binding and that is acknowledged by the UN framework about the climate change. It's key that subnational governments start leading so that those commitments are binding commitments. Give us, please, a final thought on that, please, Matis. Thank you. With a lot of clarity and certainty, I can tell you that we will have around the world 15-minute cities. The question is, are those 15 minutes like the ones Carlos explained, or are they 15 minutes of water per day or 15 minutes of electricity per day? The decision is ours. That is the question. And which city will have more value? Well, it's pretty obvious, right? Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
Muchísimas gracias a Sebastián Navarro.
Thank you, Sebastián Navarro of the Coalition of the Americas in Climate Change. A big round of applause. Thank you, Carlos Moreno. Thank you, Matis Bakker-Nagel. Very interesting, and it's the first of several international conferences. And in a little while, we're going to continue with the talks and the debates, but we have a very special moment now, a moment that for those who are hashtagging CCI for International Climate Conference in Spanish or Circular Economy, please record this moment because it's a very emotional moment that has to do with the national anthem, our national anthem that is key for Argentines in this international summit, identifies us, represents us, the Latin American commitment from the heart of the country, from Cordoba. And now, talking about Argentine talent, we're going to listen to an artist that is from Marcos Juarez, province of Cordoba. She belongs to the Bien Argentino team, and she's going to sing the national anthem. Please stand up. All rise. Sofia Alburua, she's going to sing the national anthem, the Argentine national anthem.
Ya su trono dignísimo abrieron las provincias unidas del sur y los libres del mundo responden al gran pueblo argentino. Salud.
importante hablar de...
Why is it important to talk about climate change? Why does Cordoba propose to engage in this global commitment? The first conference of this international climate event.
El planeta está en crisis.
The planet is in crisis. The climate emergency is among us. Temperatures are rising. The ecosystems are altered. Droughts multiply. Time is running out. If we don't act now, the impact will be irreversible. From Cordoba, we decided to do something about it by facing climate change with political decision and response capacity, by fostering green financing, promoting energy transition with scientific knowledge and innovation, by fostering circular economy and sustainable development. We propose an environmental agenda that is solid and active, with an inclusive vision that is regional and Latin American. We open this gathering space for solutions and agreements. Like COP30, we are here with our own voice. Welcome to the first International Climate Conference, 5th Circular Economy Summit. Let's build together this future. Government of the Province of Cordoba. From Cordoba, we decided to act. In Cordoba, we think we are committed, Latin American committed. A big round of applause to all of you who are part of this regional event, international event, and with all these goals ahead of us, cooperation, and a province that sets the trend and that is a key player of this change event. We can all contribute and be part of this Latin America compromise to take care of our land, of the place that hosts us, and that it has a lot of those who understand, who study, and with a state policy that is not new. It's been here for quite some time that they are working in that sense, and to officially open and to start the next conference, we are going to invite the governor of the province of Cordoba, Martín Zarzora. A big round of applause. Welcome, Mr. Governor. Welcome, Martín. Well, the auditorium looks awesome. Good morning, everyone. We're really excited because of the huge success of this international conference. The 5th also World Summit on Circular Economy, plus many of the governors, friends of mine who are here, who are defending our planet, international organizations. Thank you, Ignacio Torres, Carlos Alir, Maximiliano Pujaro, Vice Governor of Entre Rios, Alicia Delvani, and a lot of other governors who support climate in Argentina. Now, a very difficult endeavor. I want a big round of applause for all of you. I'd like to congratulate Victoria Flores, Minister of Environment and Circular Economy, for all the organization. As time goes by, you're going to be more relaxed, I know. I'd like to thank the international organizations that are here with us today. I'd like to thank Adam and Jospe. Adam Jospe, who is a big entrepreneur who understood the environmental issues, and they're going to be leading COP30 in Brazil. A big round of applause for them, for him. Without glasses, I can't see very well. I don't know where he is. Oh, there you are. Thank you for coming. And I want to thank everyone. When we start thanking, I want to thank the ambassador of France, Nadal, the ambassador of the UN, Amador. It's a pleasure to see you here in Cordoba. The first secretary of the British Embassy, David Markel, the representative Fernando Sela of the Brazil Embassy, CFI. Thank you, Ignacio, for being here. The mayors, especially Daniel Passerini. Thank you for keeping it up with all the circular economy policies. A big round of applause for Danielle, who is making a huge effort. I'd like to thank, we were with Carlos Moreno, Elkin Velasquez, those who are mayors. Who hasn't read the 15-minute cities? Come on. When we start talking about this, I forgot about some of the international organizations. I apologize if I forgot to mention any of those. But let me tell you that we have amazing speakers. This gives a lot of prestige to Argentinians and Latin Americans. To have this outside Buenos Aires is a huge honor, and Argentina really deserves to have that. I want to thank everyone. Unfortunately, Argentina has exited the vision of climate defense. We are in a country that denies climate change. We don't share that point of view. So those who are here today, we are sustaining the spirit of those Argentinians who work in favor of the environment. And we have a responsibility in terms of generations. We are the resistance. So welcome to the Republic of Cordoba. Maxi laughs, but the invincible Republic of Santa Fe now is the invincible Republic of Cordoba for the climate change. So for all of you here, we are engaged with this historical and personal commitment, and also governmental, the mayors, the representatives, everyone. We have no more places. More than 5,000 people registered for this important issue that Argentina denies, like climate change. And those who are here today, those who are listening, and thousands of people who are thinking about our country, we are complying with a historic responsibility. In the future, we will be able to keep up our eyes and look at our children in the eyes and tell them at some point Argentina denied climate change, and we decided to work against it, and to defend climate change, and we organized the climate conference and to renew the commitment with a letter of governors in Argentina, and to put practices without financing and working against the national administration to put in practice practices that take care of the world and the planet, so that Argentina does not disappear in that in that concept, in that context. The guys who have just the hosts said, and I want to thank them for that, They talk about the consequences. This is not the first time. This comes up because each one of us has a responsibility, and we all have to contribute to defend our planet. Wherever you are, in the place where you are, there are no excuses. Sometimes Latin Americans have thought that climate actions or anything that has to do with prevention, as much as process digitalization that has a lot to do with this too, are actions that must be taken by those who have the resources. In general, those so-called developed countries that are in other latitudes. And then we see that it's not about money. It's not economic. There are countries that have lots of resources and they are still contaminating and they do nothing to take care of the planet. Ergo, resources are important, but the most important thing is leadership. You may have lots of resources. You may be a city that has lots of resources, but you may do nothing, not even a single action to protect the environment. That's why in that framework, I remember when I became mayor, I said, not let's not worry about the crisis. We have a lot of environmental issues, and some of them, when we started with the first circular economy summit, a lot of people said, you have no resources and you have this summit. Why are you talking about the environment? There will always be criticism. There will always be excuses not to do anything. Therefore, I insist, mayors and governors, because clearly localization make these environmental issues to be more and more local every time. Which president around the world manages a landfill space? None of them. Just to give you an example, the urbanization of cities. The world is moving towards cities. Therefore, the responsibility that mayors have, the local governments, the mayors, is much bigger. The impact of what can be done locally is much greater than what can be done nationally or than what a governor can do. When there are governors and presidents that face this with strength, it's much easier. We get financing, advising, help, assistance, but in the hands of each one, but especially in the hands of the local dignitaries, we have to think about global but act locally. There is the possibility of a much faster overturn, especially when we talk about waste. And I just mentioned waste, but I could go on forever. And this is true also for the international organizations. When the international organizations debate about these issues and they want to maximize the impact, they have to start putting in the agenda the local governments in there to finance them, to help them, to assist them. They have to start understanding that the impact, the environmental impact, is in the cities. They waste lots of time to talk about precedents. Let's not even talk about the precedents that deny climate change, that set us back when there are lots of mayors who want to move forward. They just need a little push, a little help, some financing. And then people put that on the agenda and then people talk about it. This climate change that we're not going to argue, it exists. We'll see what happens around the world, that impacts on all the economies, and every day it's less and less discussed because the impact is daily. Extreme temperatures, there are no seasons, it changes certain cities. There are cities that were going to be tourist cities and now they can't be because global warming makes different plants to grow. So how can we deny that? What do we want to deny? Climate change? It's not, and this is not a topic that I did not defend the environment initially. uh, I was not a young environmentalist, the young, the green. No, I was never that. I came in for a pragmatic reason. It was something in the agenda that we had to discuss, and it's a topic that if it's not discussed, those who don't introduce this topic into the agenda, it's gonna be left behind, and it's gonna have consequences. In the creation, in employment creation. When you talk about circular economy, for us to understand, they go directly on waste management. And I talk about waste management to make it usual, like normal. So when you see videos, you understand it. Waste. Oh, it's easy. When we talk about circular economy, it's different from the linear economy, but they only compare it to wastes. That's why mayors, when we go to this concept, the simplest one to understand is, oh, yeah, waste management. What's linear? The world extracted, uses, and buried in the landfill spaces. The circular economy is pretty simple. We extract, we use, we do not put it in the landfill, but we reuse it. We reuse it instead of putting it in the landfill, we reuse it. And it takes the most of it. And we don't produce any environmental damage, and we don't put anything in the landfill spaces. That's basically it. If you take a look at it from the environmental point of view, that's it. But it's also about economy. There are many countries that many of the materials that they have, they are imported. They don't generate any materials. They don't produce anything. They import basic materials. Not all of them have mining activities to have the materials. So to reuse those materials and to put them back in the productive cycle means reducing imports. And there they already have some revenue, some return on investment. All environmental policies for those who don't have a concept of environmental protection for the next generations. Sometimes I say the romantic view of the protection of the environment. We go to the vision of the pragmatic aspect of it, the economic aspect of it, of what's going to happen to those who do not pile on, to understand it completely well, so that they understand not only those who are in the government, but all the sectors, productive industrial sectors, entrepreneurial sectors, and the losses in the markets that they will see. That outlook is the basic outlook. It's the one that we lack. It's like the smallest one. Circular economy, climate change, sustainable development, sustainable cities where you can live in. They're the new paradigms of the cities that will survive, the companies that will make it, the productive models that will continue to exist. I was Minister of Industry some time ago, and we didn't have this new productive model. There was a clash. On the one hand, you had the ones that denied climate change, that said that the world was always extracting, and by some sort of magic trick, the world solved all of its issues, all of its problems. And they magically understood it that way, but the world never had an extraction level or pollution level like the one, or consumption level like the one we have now. In fact, the global warming goals for 2030, we're lost. We lost them because not all leaders are convinced, and many believe, even without talking. They don't act. We don't have to hear what they say. We have to see what they do. And many of the great countries do not do anything, and they continue to contaminate, thinking that the world is going to solve itself, it's going to work out itself. But on the other hand, there is a different point of view, which is to go back to an ecological, and we don't want to go back to the caverns, to the cave people before the development. And that's how we take care of the environment. And both antagonic points of view are not accepted. One, because the world is suffering, and clearly there is global warming, and there are lots of populations that are going to lose quality of life, species that are going to disappear, and we are the first generation that knows and understands that that's the way things are. and there is a scientific reason for it. And then society is not willing to go back in time to return to the cave days. No, nobody, right? And so those two paths that never they're confronted, they never cross roads. The antagonic aspect of it had no third wheel, like that allow us to protect the environment, but to also enjoy the benefits of technology, prosperity, innovation, knowledge, and the improvement of the quality of life that, of course, technology brings about. And that's where this circular economy model, and all the models, we call it, we all call it differently, but all the models that go hand in hand with the new challenges of this world and the new society that we must build. We can produce in a sustainable way. We can advance and move forward while respecting the climate. But this new model, it's a logical issue, and there is no way back for several reasons. But most of all for countries, Latin American countries like ours, for local governments like ours, because the government, apart from leaders that deny this or not, the world is going in one direction, and there are two things that are happening there. When these world changes happen, I'm going to talk about what happens when these world changes happen and you don't follow them, being a country or a Latin American region. Changes will happen and then will go by and you miss the train. And for society, it's not innocuous. It generates more poverty. I'm going to compare it with trash, with what happened with the digital revolution, the technological revolution, now with the AI appearance. But those who are old enough, do you remember a company that took pictures that was called Kodak? The kids don't know this, but there was a company called Kodak. When we were kids, Kodak was like Coke. In each one of our towns, we took a picture, we had to go and develop it. They sold the camera, and then I'm sure someone said to them, hey, the digital revolution is coming, and Kodak said, oh, come on, we are number one. Well, you have to Google Kodak. Kodak exists, but they're not the same now. That's what happened to a company that did not see and did not prepare itself for what was coming. If Kodak partnered with the digital cameras company, they would be selling smartphones today. They had all the conditions to change and to lead, and they didn't see that change. They went against change. That's just an example, but there are so many other companies that disappeared, and the many more that will disappear. That digital revolution that destroyed companies, and lots of jobs were lost. That change from the analog to the digital, those who didn't understand it, they lost their leadership. Those who understood it nowadays are the countries or the places that have the most development. They invested in knowledge. They went to the digital. They decided to go for software. And now they are thinking about AI. And this is going to be the same. This is going to do exactly the same thing, and even more so. Not understanding it in each one of the communities is to know that you are a leader who are laying people back. And you are the leader, and you have the responsibility that you're going to be left behind because of the regulations and because of the use. Why will you be left behind? We are a country that we export a lot. There is a discussion here. These barriers, when we talk about ecology in the huge consumer markets, they're a barrier for tariffs? Yes, maybe. Maybe it is so. Will they continue to be? Yes. Do we have to sell or not? That's why I'm very pragmatic on this matter. just to put it into words in the reality, do our entrepreneurs want to sell? Yes or no? If it's about tariffs, we will have to discuss it, but they will have to do it. And they advance more and more to the products. They will ask for more respect to the environment. Now, I would say watch out, because there is not a tariff barrier these days. There is a cultural barrier as well that companies do not think about. When we talked about organic products in the past, that were going to be trendy and that were going to grow, a lot of people looked at me and said, come on, organic products. And I said, well, look, I saw a supermarket that sells everything that is organic. Yeah, but not organic here, because people now, organic products are in the rise around the world. Apart from the economic changes, they have grown because there is a cultural topic issue too. Today is freezing cold, and I don't see any woman with fur, animal fur. I don't see anyone wearing fur. If a few years ago they said, "Oh, is it forbidden?" No, not here, and not in the street either. Is there a law that says that you cannot wear fur? No, there is no law. It's just a cultural matter. And the younger generations, even more so. If you walk in fur, they would probably be assaulted. There is no prohibition. The environmental topic, seen from the point of view of a company or from the point of view of a country, when you want to sell a product, it's going to be something that is going to single you out. So international companies want that great companies have, the big countries have, and the other limitation that the new generations state, the pro-consumer, that demands certain ethical aspects. The environmental aspect is one, but then they will start asking for more. When you go to buy a product which has history, which has an environmental history, maybe with certain sectors, and they say that you are even willing to pay 10% more for that.
We either start preparing as a society, and by this I mean with leaders that understand about this change that is going to be as big as the digital change, with societies, institutions, and legislations and companies and all of the mayors involved to be leaders for the change, or we're going to be left behind. And it's not healthy to be left behind, because we're talking about companies that are going to shut down. I'm running out of time, so I will not go into examples. But if there are many companies that in a couple of years that won't will no longer exist, if they do what it takes with time and start adopting all of the environmental paradigms with the same product but focus differently, they can even sell more. This is why, when conferences like this take place, we can focus on, the different species that are disappearing. I mean, there are going to be speakers that will address all of these issues. But I want to speak to the leaders about the pragmatism of solutions and decisions. What's going to happen to those that are not leading environmental changes in their communities? A few years ago, when we started, I would speak about this subject, and oftentimes some people were hesitant. I remember in one of the first conferences, the Ministry of Uruguay came, and we have a traceability of cattle, because you always focus on companies, um, global companies. When they launch products, they will have to also perform an environmental balance to achieve, to be able to get different loans. So when they have to measure their carbon footprint, they will have to actually meet all of the different requirements. Companies that also produce sustainable energy. All of this involves new jobs, new opportunities, new things that are not going to be linear. It's not a linear type of change across time. It'll be exponential. Climate is on the same change as the industry of knowledge, and it's going to be even faster. And those that are not that don't comply with will be punished. How it's going to happen? Those products are going to be withdrawn from the market. So this is where we have a very large, significant market. When we spoke about this, I come from San Francisco, which is a, a city that is close to Cordoba. We've created, as you know, the different ministries. We have a different cabinet with all of the ministers so that we are all aligned in our actions. Some people said, is this going to be like this or not? This year, we may not even be aware of what's happening. The European Union has actually lowered the quality of Argentina. So if we don't do things well, if we don't keep up with the changes, if we're not responsible enough, we're going to lose markets. Our products are going to be, we'll have to select other markets. We'll have differences in prices, less profitability, and so on and so forth. This is going to be to lower investments and so on. The European Union has actually increased the risk of Argentina, medium risk, due to deforestation. Uruguay is doing better than ourselves. So a ship, for example, from Uruguay, crops, woods, for example, will have an advantage over Argentinian products when it gets to the European market. Do you believe that this is for free? Negating and denying the climate change is beneficial. It isn't. We submitted this report. This claim will not reach anywhere because we won't be participating in COP Brazil. What do you think the international organizations will do? This is the European Union rejection. This is going to take place. Not understanding, not being able to understand. You should read the article because it's going to impact on most of the Argentine provinces. This is going to actually affect a lot of our products that go to the European Union because they will have a more competitive, they will choose more competitive markets. For example, the peanut industry, the corn, soybean, This speaks to the deforestation. We've already been sanctioned, worse than Uruguay. We didn't do things right. So we don't have traceability yet as a national project, and so on and so forth. I mean, we don't have policies in place. We have a president that is denying climate change. This is going to be serious loss. What I mean to say is that it's not free. I mean, to remain silent, to be left out from a paradigm shift is same as denying digitalization today. Not moving toward sustainable development, not having projects in place, not investing, not having this in the state agenda will be another issue, another of the issues where we're going to be sanctioned, and we're going to lose something. I mean, an opportunity where we have everything that it takes to win that to win those opportunities. We need them to change environmental policies. Latin America, which is one of the largest lungs in the world, the people living in the forests are the poorest people. This is not. I mean, it's not possible. And having green bonds, we didn't have a green bonds project in Argentina, and they make it literally impossible. So all of these international policies is not adapted to the countries where we hold these lungs, green lungs. So we need to change the whole scenario so that people that living in those areas should have a green job. They should be able to to look after their forests. Instead, I mean, green bonds say that they're going to finance the, forestation. I mean, they never, that never happens. It's almost impossible. This is why we have very few projects in Argentina. If we don't have projects in Latin America, where else are we going to have them? This is completely wrong. Now, I wouldn't oppose. Now, what do we do with the forests we have right now? This is what we need to consider in the international forums. What do we do with them? Because they are being, all of the trees are being cut down because people there want to grow some crops to make a living. And so we have, those green bonds so that people can have green jobs. This is we have all of these fires because nobody is looking after them. We need to change the concept and have the right funds to look after the existing forests, and the people living there should have green jobs so that they can look after the air that we breathe. And the project, so it seems is not right. I don't oppose uh, green bonds, but they should focus on what's happening with the forests we have, so that the people living there should have a green job so they can look after those places and make a living. Because clearly this is becoming more complicated, and we need to be involved in Latin America. But we cannot be pointed at as the one to blame, because the societies that grew are the ones that cut trees the most and they pollute the most. So we want to actually join the world commitments for the world climate, but we need to have the right financing in order, I mean, for the people that can look after these forests so that they can be in those areas that are not the poorest in Latin America. We cannot use pragmatism and common sense to some issues, and then not common sense to other issues. So we need to change these policies. Now, the only way to do it is by being present, by participating. The attitude of Argentina in terms of climate change, it's like an ostrich, just hiding its head into the soil. We're not going to do that. We will face up to our responsibilities, and we will stand up for the environment. Thank you very much for being here. Welcome to Cordoba. Thank you for your support. I know how much you've done to be here. Thank you for advocating for the environment and advocating for Argentina. A warm round of applause. Thank you, Martin. We have officially inaugurated and opened this conference, Latin American conference. We have many challenges ahead, and we're here to create awareness, to raise awareness, to promote actions, and work together for a more sustainable future. Local speakers, international speakers are with us today. It's a great opportunity for Argentina and the region. In a few minutes, they're going to sign a regional agreement for COP30, but there's going to be a forum too among the different governors from Chubut, Santa Fe, La Pampa, Córdoba, Misiones, Jujuy. So please stay with us so you can witness this important event. In just a few minutes, we're going to have all of the different governors from the different provinces at this climate conference. We'll also be having talks and lectures by different speakers from around the globe on the different policies also that are being conducted in Cordoba. What do world leaders say? Which are the different commitments that are built, and the different practices from the local, international levels? In just a few minutes, the different governors will sign this agreement. So please stay here so you can share that this is the time to address climate change, because climate change affects us all. It affects the environment, health, the economy. It is global. It has some solutions, and in these panels, we'll be addressing the different solutions. It requires a collective approach. This is why it's global. And as regards solutions, they are very solid solutions to mitigate and adapt the impacts. We will have an international panel, governors panel, and the signature of this agreement that will change the history of the and also inspire these actions to motivate the people to reduce carbon footprint and contribute to a global solution. We will now introduce the international panel. Ari Garboveski, who's a reporter and journalist and writer from La Voz del Interior, who is going to be moderating this international panel. Ari, welcome. Romain Nadal, ambassador from France, Amador Sanchez Rico, Ambassador of the European Union in Argentina. Welcome. David Merkey, who is the Vice Ambassador from the UK Embassy, from the Embassy of Brazil. Elkin Velasquez, welcome. Regional Director for Latin America, UN Habitat. In a few minutes, we're going to start with this panel. Please be seated. Let's begin with the international panel. Welcome you all. In a few minutes, we're going to have the signature of the agreement. In this international panel, we'll try to, where we're at, it seems clear that the flow, the cash flows, as it was said before, that the local solutions, don't arrive in time. So we don't have like solid actions in the cities. So first of all, we'll listen to Elkin Velasquez from UN Habitat. Maybe Elkin, you can talk about the different you can align your message to what was said before. Good morning. After this wonderful, presentation, Governor Martin, I decided to leave my speech aside, and in these 3 minutes I'd like to share 3 key messages. Because first of all, from UN Habitat, we're very thankful for this invitation, but we feel also hopeful. We're walking towards COP30 in Belém, in Brazil. The previous COPs, the old COPs, were meetings, people exchanged, ideas and issues to set very important objectives to mitigate climate change. With time, we realized, and from the member states, we thought it was important to have the local governments, the private sectors, civil society. We've seen progress to involve all of the local governments, but honestly speaking, we need to say that a lot has been done, but much more is needed. And working with ICLEI, Maria Julia, Rodrigo, from UN Habitat, we're supporting the presidency of COP30 to organize the local and regional hubs, government hubs. And this conversation, we aim at having a very specific, very specific messages. So we're really hopeful about this. What's happening? What's happening here today? It's a historical date for COP30, so that governments from the Latin American governments consider the significance of these issues. But of course, this is not enough. I learned this a while ago. Ambassador, success in it's about completion and it's about methods. I mean, we can't hesitate that. I mean, we have a lot of determination here. We have unity, but I must say, a lot of you that are in the academia and the local organizations, we can say Latin America that we can make progress in terms of methods to do, the best we can do, the method to integrate the method so that the actions in the territory have this multidimensional impact, the environment, the creation of companies and social inclusion. Let me say that our analysis and our cross-sectional analysis say that this is an area for opportunity. I mean, to improve the method of interventions, territorial interventions that have an impact on the different the areas that I mentioned before. UN Habitat is here to help you, ICLEI, and all of this network supported by Carla Moreno from Sorbonne University and many other people um, from the academia to support you in this process. And the third thing I'd like to say, thank you for the this extra 20 seconds. None of this will happen as fast as we need it to happen if we don't think about how to escalate, moving from good initiatives, pilot initiatives, and escalate. In the region, we have very good projects that are, we have, we, we are in a city, in a province that have a lot of pilots projects. I'm coming from Medellin, that has a lot of successful um, projects, but how is it that we haven't been able to move from pilot projects to escalate those projects? We need to go through the systems, the mechanisms, and the methods that will allow us to escalate those projects with the institutions we have, the organizations we have in place, and to improve them. In the last decades, economists say that was a kind of a lost decade. The following decade has to be, I mean, we need to, it has to be the decade of escalation to improve the environment, to adapt to the challenges we have ahead of us, as Martin mentioned before. Thank you. One word that you mentioned is escalation, and we'll talk about. We'll give the floor to Fernando Selden from the Embassy of Brazil. Thank you, dear Governor Jajora, ambassadors. I bring greetings from the Governor Vitelli from Brazil, but he hasn't been able to attend the meeting in Buenos Aires. From Brazil, we're organizing a COP that has a single responsibility to be a hallmark for change, a turning point in a global context, in a very challenging global context. As Dan said, we're seeing an increasing of extreme events in worldwide heat waves, fires, of what happened in Bahia Blanca a few months ago, geopolitical tensions, commercial wars, real wars, all of that sort of deviates the attentions and financial resources. Uh, we see an increasing amount of denial on climate change, an increase of unilateralism, not only in climate issues but commercial issues, and this creates a lot of risk when you have chronic noncompliance of financial deadlines and commitments. This poses a great challenge, but we have reasons to be hopeful about it. The agreement is still in place. I mean, the agreement of Paris is still in place. We know that without it, we would be even worse. All of the negotiations have been concluded. We have a new way of NDCs so that we can move forward. And with this, in this context, is that the presidency of COP has set three main priorities. First, to reaffirm the role of the multilateral as the key way to addressing global climate issues. There's no other way to do it. Secondly, to connect COPs in climate decisions to the life of the people so that societies can understand, I mean, can see that what we're addressing at COPs have to do with the lives of the people that would create an impact on consumption. Thirdly, as it was said before, to accelerate the implementation of the commitments that we're undertaking. We're not aiming at coming up with new projects or new goals, but we need to actually do everything possible to achieve the objectives we have in place. And also financing, that is to finance a fair transition toward new production paradigms and consumption paradigms so that they are inclusive and no one is left behind. The Brazilian presidency aims at mobilizing over $3 billion and align these to climate actions in the favor of developing countries. In COP23, we concluded the new quantified objectives, and in COP30, we're expecting to consolidate this objective and to define new mechanisms. We want to have all of the stakeholders involved, multilateral, financial institutions, so that we can play our key roles. As Dan mentioned, which is so that we can all of us can make a contribution in this matter. So this is where we have the participation of local governments, societies, which it is the governments and local governments that are at the front line, and they are responsible for creating solutions. It is you, I mean, the local governments and provincial governments that create innovation, mobilize knowledge, and execute the policies, the right policies, such as mobility, waste management, as the governor said. So the implementation of the Paris Agreement depends on these kind of articulation, and this is why I like to say again, thanks and congratulations for the organization of this Latin American conference. Thank you.
We have a few words. The urge to advance in implementation. Now I'll give the floor to David Martin, Vice Governor of the British Embassy. Thank you. Good morning. It is an honor to have you here together with my colleagues of Brazil, the European Union, and France. And I want to thank Mr. Governor of the province of Cordoba and all the governors that are here today for summoning me to this in a decisive moment for our planet and for our economies. We are bound by this great challenge and a huge opportunity. The climate change and the natural change is the the slogan that defines our times, and we know we cannot invent its agency without a coordinated global action. Not doing anything would imply conflicts and forced misplacements, but if we act together, we can build a more safe environment, more sustainable and prosperous environment. And I think that climate action is not a cost, but a strategic investment for future growth. And growth and climate is not in conflict, but they are completely connected. That's why the Prime Minister in Britain has made it a national priority, and that's why we are investing in the clean industries of the future. In 2024, they closed their last national electricity source. Now we have all renewable energies, and during the 2022-2023 energy crisis, it was our domestic sources, the ones that protected British consumers from greater fees increase. We want to be a clean energy country by 2030 with a low carbon footprint, and we are fostering global alliances for clean energies with leading countries to reduce costs towards climate change. And now, in COP 2025, we have three maxims. And these are essential because they send clear signals in the long term. They reduce investment risk, they unblock financing needed for resilience. They have to have solid regulatory frameworks to sustain sustainability. And as we transform, that's how we transform the climatic opportunities into economic opportunities. And that would avoid losses of the GDP by 3% by 2050. But despite the GDP more aligned with the climate, it could get 175 million people from extreme poverty by 2025, plus improving health and the quality of life of our communities. UK is proud to have presented one of the most ambitious plans by 2035, with a reduction of 81% of its emissions after the levels of 1990. And that's why we call all the countries to become ambitious and to have a plan by COP 2030, the 30th COP. We know that many countries were expecting a lot more from us, but we support the reform of the financial international system so that financing flows towards its most needed. And third, resilience. The climatic impact is already here. More than the half of the GDP in the world depends on nature. The UK will lead implementation of the global framework of biodiversity, and it will support the global goals and the funding for massive losses. We are committed to working with Argentina in our agenda for financial mobility in the private sector, accelerate energy transition, and support sustainable growth. Argentina has an extraordinary potential to contribute global transition from solar energy to wind energy to biofuels. Biodiversity, one of the biggest lithium reserves in the world. We also have priorities to test the resilience in innovative challenges. We want to guarantee the highest standards, environmental standards, social standards, and governance standards, contributing to safe supply chains. The work with committed countries, with multilateralism and climatic action has never been more important. This is not just about climate, it's about development, security, and prosperity, shared prosperity. And we have to act now and be ambitious. Thank you very much. We won't be able to be on time because everyone has a lot to say, so we're going to extend a little bit more. Sorry about that. We'll give the floor now to Amador Sanchez Rico to tell us a little bit about their European Union's point of view in the current context. Thank you, dear Governor, dear friend Martin, Nacho, governors, friends of mine. It's good to see you again, Carlos, Sergio, Maxi. Of course, I'd like to thank the government of Cordoba for opening up this space, inviting the European Union into the discussions, but also I'd like to congratulate you for this initiative, for your words. You've been very explicit, very brave also for the times that we live in, and I would like to congratulate you because this is an important initiative, it's very relevant. But most of all, these 3 days they're necessary because of the times that we live in. We live in times, and the minister has said it clearly, these are times to question the science, to question data and the facts. We talk very lightly, selfish times, apathy times, and interest times for what may happen to others. And these are very complicated times from the geopolitical standpoint, wars that concern us all, but that cannot we cannot be excluded from it. There is an actual threat, which is climate change. I think that's where we have to make a huge effort to put this topic into the radar of the policies and the politics and the civil society as well. So thank you for this initiative. And like I said, that this was necessary initiatives. I also think that it's necessary for the EU to be here today. First, to confirm, because they say that EU is forgetting about this agenda, and that's far from the truth. We are really concerned and we are really committed to facing the consequences of climate change and this phenomenon and the desolating effects that you may ask the people in Adana, in Valencia, or the ones from Bahia Blanca. So, what a better way to do it than in the final days towards the COP30 to exchange ideas about this. Now, thinking about COP30 now, we have a very clear objective, which is the 2030 to reduce our greenhouse emission gases by 30% to the levels of 1991. And we also support the roadmap of Baku, Bethlehem, that allows to escalate the global financing to $1.3 billion up to 2035. And we also defend the base of contributors so that it can be opened up, asking for the largest emerging economies like China and the Gulf country can also contribute significantly. From the EU, we continue to be and we want to continue being the first public financing agent with for example, the Investment European Bank. And in this COP30, we have a lot at stake. We are going to continue with our global gateway, which are responsible investments, transparent investment, especially sustainable investments that add added value in Argentina. That's what we're doing with lithium, with the three mining provinces, but also in the production of green hydrogen in provinces like Chubut. So, these are the projects that, of course, require financing, that require um, negotiations with the European Investment Bank, with European entities like FD. We have the French ambassador here to talk maybe about this, to reduce and to maybe work with financing from them. I see hope and optimism. We are at a much questioned verge of time. Like the governor Martin said, we are going against all the rules, but this room is filled with optimism. So I just want to wish you 3 days of fruitful dialogues and conversations, lots of debate, and to hope this dynamism and um, and public that is Bethlehem, but that is useful for the future. Thank you. Thank you, Amador. Amador, your turn. Good morning, everyone, and I'm thrilled to be here with you. With great interest, the speech of the host uh, province. We are bonding Cordoba and Paris. We're celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, and there is a commitment here in Cordoba that opens up the Paris Agreement, and it gives it a big threat, a big thrive. We cannot fall. We have to continue. We're working with the civil society, with all the territories, with scientists, with the youth, and that's an unbreakable force. And you are faithful to your national anthem. I sang it with you. Um, the renewable energy with Brazil and all the countries that are represented here to work together to reinforce the Paris Agreement, all the agreements that were negotiated at the time and that will be negotiated in Bethlehem. I also want to reinforce that we work with a lot of trust with the local governments. We share the commitment with renewable energy, with energy efficiencies, technological, and biodiversity, as the action of the French Development Agency in Argentina and the French Institute in Argentina. To achieve a greener and more prosperous world in climate matters, we have clear objectives. First of all, France has achieved carbon footprint zero carbon footprint and reduction of emissions by 40% by 2030 compared to the levels of 1990. Second, France is working um, to renew its energy mix. We've had 33% of our final consumption of energy comes from renewable sources by 2030. And in third place, France is fostering the transition towards cleaner vehicles. Finally, we are fighting against climate change with a commitment with the Paris Agreement, and that's why we are actively working to get more global financing in this turmoiled world in terms of geopolitical environmental issues that are questionings to international cooperation. I'd like to tell you that two-thirds of French are in favor of international policies and that actions for the development are perceived as a key leverage for shared prosperity and a safer world, according to a recent survey of public opinion in France. However, these challenges cannot be unilateral. The voices of national governments and subnational governments in Latin America are crucial to spread up our scope and to build a regional road towards COP30 in Brazil by introducing key points of convergence to transform strategically in the sustainable territorial development. Let's take this opportunity to participate in a significant dialogue, to share ideas, and to form partnerships for an impactful climate partnership. Cordoba, Argentina, and Brazil will be able, France will be able to build a sustainable future for everyone. I hope our voices are heard here in Cordoba. And please, France will support Cordoba to the world. A lot of common elements in a complex context, sustaining and advancing towards the ambition, as Len said. Thank you very much, everyone. A big round of applause. Thank you so much. Thanks to this panel. Welcome to Cordoba. Welcome. Thank you for the debate and the words.
Adi, please stay with us. We'll welcome on stage the following governors for the signature of the agreement. So we're going to witness the signature of the agreement. Let's welcome Martín Jarzora, Ignacio Agustín Torres from Chubut Province, Maximiliano Pujaro from Santa Fe Province, Sergio Raúl Silioto from La Pampa Province, from Misiones Carlos Sadí from Jujuy, Alicia Griselda Luani, Vice Governor from Entre Rios. Thank you and welcome. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. Welcome Chubut, Santa Fe, La Pampa, Misiones, Jujuy, Entre Rios, and also Mr. Lamorte from the Investment Council. Ari, the floor is yours. Thank you. This picture actually says more than it appears. We have governors from different provinces, different territories, very different economies that meet to seek for alignment. First of all, I'd like to ask Ignacio from CFI, so you can tell us about the significance of subnational governments. Good morning and congratulations, Mr. Governor Martin Zadora and the Minister of Environment and the different governors for being courageous enough to be here. As Martin said, from an urgent and pragmatic decision for the production sectors of Argentina, for all of the sectors that need to monetize. I believe that Argentina and their provinces are quite dissimilar. So the country is really at an interesting perspective. We have, the governor of La Pampa, that has a lot of potential for the wind, aeolic energy. There's a lot of sustainable production in Argentina. We have we have a lot to share in the discussion of these international meetings. So, as Martin said, the role of leadership, I believe, is something that we need to look at. So we can envision the opportunity, the complexity we have as a country, and the opportunities that are available for Argentina, and we need the right institutions, the right in Argentina through the CFI. We support them, and I think this is the way. First, this political courage, to put this into the agenda. This is an opportunity for the country. We have to take advantage of it. And I believe it's also a very important decision from the subnational governments. And in this alignment of having this multi-sectoral agreement, we see that there's enough structure to move towards COP30. Thank you, Ignacio. So let's begin with Alicia, the governor from Entre Rios. Let me ask you about the role, the significance of climate actions in public policies in your province. Good morning, everyone. It is, first of all, an honor to be here. So thank you, Martin, for providing this forum that has us here to look after this common house, which is this planet. Public policies for us it's a significant issue in our everyday decisions. And it is also a way to reconsider how our lifestyles, how we build our workspaces, how we protect the environment, and the decisions we make to be able to overcome the problems and to provide solutions from the local government of Entre Rios. We make daily decisions to reverse these problems and not create more problems for the future generations. We organized different meetings where we set very clear objectives to to actually provide solutions. For example, we launched the sewage um, program because we need to look after the resources, mitigate floods. It's not only about looking after the ecosystem or biodiversity, but also looking after the resources we have. In this sense, we made progress. We've launched recycling uh, programs and projects. So, despite the significance of the projects, then we can actually change different mindsets and different. For example, we recycled plastic bottles to build bricks in order to build classrooms, to clean rivers, for example. When we um, visit the different regions, we see a lot of landfills, and so we need to make a contribution. Um, and we do this through public policies. This is why we engage with local governments, educational institutions. So, from the younger generations, we raise awareness. Therefore, we have very solid public policies in place so that they become aware of these climate issues, and so that they learn um, how to get involved in projects. So these kind of forums here is really uh, very important. It was said before, um, I take home two important things: this ancestral um, wisdom. We need to, I mean, the wisdom of our ancestors and the educations they can provide. Everybody speaks about AI and production, which is good, right? Um, we're not opposing development, and ancestral wisdom is one of the most beautiful projects, and the proximity projects. These are the two concepts, that I would take home with me. We need to implement that in our regions. And as you said at the beginning of the talk, we have different political visions, different geographies we come from, but we are meeting in this common project, which is the environment. So thank you very much for this forum. Ignacio Torres from the south of the country. So maybe you could share your vision and this, um, the relationship between the federal government and the provincial government. So first of all, Martin Jarjora, congratulations on this event, because this is really a right place to consider these issues. We shouldn't be afraid of having these conversations. And in my province, we have sort of this divide between the federal governments and the provincial governments, but we are aware of the importance of subnational governments. And another divide, dogmatic divide, pro-environment and pro-extraction. I come from an oil-based province, a mining province. The Patagonia creates a lot of exports, and mainly, activities that have to do with extraction. And We always want to have sort of this, um, you know, this sort of dividing way of looking at things. We shouldn't discuss mining yes or no, but how to do it. And we should conduct these conversations in a very intelligent way. We can't have cultural revolutions, um, you know, um, you know, I mean, climate change is not about beliefs, it's about science. And I see this, I mean, I see how the coasts of my province are eroding. We're having shorter winters, more intense winters, and this is something tangible. It's not a belief, it's not subjective. And what are we doing in the face of that? So we need to be responsible to represent the local people uh, that actually have to face these hostile conditions. And even though we agree that to grow, we need to be able to export more, we need to do it in an intelligent manner. My province is unique in the sense of production, for example, um, having one of the largest uranium reserves and exporting shale gas. And we have projects to look after the fauna, for example. From the utilitarian point of view, to um, mitigate climate change is actually not beneficial. Chubut, the Patagonia, is really a wonderful region in the midst of this energetic transition, where the first energy to transition will be gas and hydrocarbons. We have the demands of the world. We have the best wind systems. We have a large territory, which is a problem in Europe, and all of this potential helps us think about the fuel of the future, which is the green hydrogen. See what happens when we make everything ideal and we lose sight of the what is significant. So today we have an advantage in terms of investments for green hydrogen, which is being accelerated, and there's an exponential growth for a demand that is going to be significant in the future. And we need to have a system, a specific system in place for green hydrogen, which would be like a RIGIF with a longer term, because we'll be aiming at a very significant market share, and those that um, mitigate climate change would actually stop the investment, this investments of billions and billions of dollars. I believe that climate change has to be a, a key part of our agendas. We cannot, you know, start over every 4 years. And the same goes for environmental sustainability. And to do this, we need to reach agreements, consensus, and I celebrate the role of ambassadors, having them close to the subnational governments, and also celebrate the responsibility of my colleagues of something that is transcendental, which is this interprovincial connection to create consensus we never had before. We have governors from different political parties discussing the same issue, and with a common goal to pass, for example, fishery traceability, green hydrogens, that is, bills that from the opposing parties and the official parties that we have similar bills in place, but we cannot actually come to terms. Besides the diagnosis, I believe that these forums are also good to meet and to reflect upon many of the weaknesses we have and to start, to reach agreements on the specific issues that contribute to sustainability and also economic growth, so we can make progress aside, dogmas and political differences, which is the future of our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Ignacio. Now, our governor, Martin Charzora, to ask you more specifically, how do environmental policies are confined in a Ministry of Environment and are part of a general government strategy? Are other areas involved? Well, first off, I'd like to thank the presence of the governors here today. I'd like to repeat what the others said and Nacho said. We all come from different political ideologies, but we can clearly think and have common interests for Argentina. What you say about the government, and I'm not going to talk about the economic resources, but about the agenda. If there is no institutional space, then we are working on papers about that. When you don't have in the government institutional places or several entities, it's very hard because sometimes that's only in the leadership. And the institutional places makes us advance on the daily agenda that we governments have, consolidating agendas is key and necessary so that actions advance in this sense. I think that there is a way of looking. The provinces that are united in the south are the ones who make these nations, and many of the things that the CFI said and the alma mater that gathers us all, and the vice governor said, and what Nacho said, green hydrogen, fishing traceability. We talk about biofuels. We talk about traceability, like in La Pampa. We are governors that agree on mining. We agree on oil and gas. We understand that that has to be compatible with the environment. But lithium, copper, vaca muerta, all these productions are going to make Argentina great. That's why the most important thing is that our point of view is about the environment, but a productive Argentina. We are not in denial. We understand the opportunities. And in that sense, with Maxi, we were just discussing the agenda of the ambassadors. Having the ambassadors here, having international organizations, it's not because we are brave, we the governors are brave, it's because you are also brave and because you understand that this is the way. And the world has to find new alternative. The sanction that we've just suffered and many more that will come are not fair, that they're levied on all Argentina, because they also do it on subnational government, and the subnational governments were doing a lot of things that perhaps Argentina does not do it. And everybody's looking at the capital city. Many of those leaders don't understand the productive issues of each one of the provinces, and Argentina is the eighth largest country in the world. Cordoba is the size of Uruguay, almost the size of Uruguay. So what I mean by that, it would be great if they let us Argentina, of course, is no longer in the climate agenda. So we are going to be the ones who are going to represent COP in Brazil. We have to be, and please help us to have us. I want the EU to help us so that we can defend our farmers. We are the ones that are supporting the forest with our own funding. These efforts that many of the provinces are making cannot be dissuaded. You can even leave Argentina out and say, okay, there's subnational approaches, and that production will not have that punishment. And that way, it will be a value so that we can continue working on this. Otherwise, our farmers, our institutions, and all of those who are working towards that, they feel discouraged. We have to go against a leadership that denies change, climate change, and now we have to work against with a lack of financing. That's what we're going to say in COP. If Brussels has to listen not to Argentina, who's going to send an MOI, the ambassadors in Argentina who have to defend us, or the representatives, they're going to have the national support. They're not going to have the national support. So we have to go and we have to be heard. And so the world might change so that when there are denial representatives, they have to say, okay, this subnational state, and when they start understanding localization and positive stimuli without any national funding, without any international funding, we do as much as we can to defend the environment. Why are we punished? Why are these provinces with environmental policies punished without financing and only with leadership? That could be a decision that the EU can take as new, and that helps many local leaders so that we continue working on that. Well, the actions of some provinces for themselves, right? And I want to ask you too about the role of the province in view of this defense of some environmental policies that have been put aside by the national government. But I would also like to hear what is the key role, or how the climate decisions are cross-sectional to all your government offices. Well, good morning. I feel that we had to be here in this Latin American conference where there are local governments, there are province governments, there is the civil society, but there are also ambassadors and national organizations. And I think that that's important. We stand out because of it. Alfonsín used to say that those who are in politics, we're not in politics to be important, but to do important things. And I feel that what we're doing here today is really important because it's going to help us transcend as individuals and as administrations, because what we're doing is, at the end of the day, all the citizens, not all the countries in the world, but everywhere in the world, it's an agenda that we have to take as state policy. And I'd like to highlight what Martin just said. When he had to introduce this conference, he said it, and now he says it again. Why those provinces who are doing things right, why many those governments that are doing things right have to pay the decisions, the political decisions made by a country, when the effort of the different political stakeholders go against the political decisions that our country makes. In our provinces, we take care of the environment. We make a huge effort every day so that the environmental policies are not just vertical policies, but cross-sectional policies. Cross-sectional to each one of the ministries and each one of the areas in the government. Besides, we go above and beyond because we are convinced that the local governments have a key um, role in taking care of the environment and fostering the policies. We come to tell you about the public policies that may be transcendental to the governments and transcendental for the Santa Fe province. In a little while, we will have the constitutional reform in the province of Santa Fe, and we would like to express that taking care of the environment and the environmental policies are important to us so that it doesn't happen what is happening today in the national administration when we have political public policies that are different, they are allowed to change it. In Santa Fe, we have the opportunity for this to be in our constitution, province constitution, and we're committed to do so, and we're going to carry it out. We are convinced that this is the way. We are convinced that we have to be with public policies that allow us to think about sustainability, environmental sustainability, the protection of the biodiversity. We're doing it in Santa Fe. We could show many examples. For instance, we have 1,100 hectares of protected forests, 30 areas of protected forests or protected areas in the province. Now, in the curriculum of elementary school, students learn about these things because this is also a cultural battle that we have to wage. Not only the fiscal balance is a cultural a cultural battle that we have to wage. We are convinced that that's the path we have to take, and that's why from the Climate Change and Environment Ministry in Santa Fe, we work every day, but we also articulate with local governments. And we believe in regionalization, and we believe in the fact that the subnational states are the first ones that have to take care of the problems. We take care of the droughts, we take care of the floods, we take care of the heavy rainfall. We saw what happened in Bahia Blanca, but 20 days ago in Vera, in the city of Vera, in 6 hours, we had 400 milliliters of rain. More than 100 years without that kind of rainfall. Without a doubt, that is an alert that things are changing. And that's why we have to work together to give a lot of importance to the role of local government. Second, the province policies that need to be state policies. And third, the regionalization. But fourth, the articulation with the main countries and the international organization. And something important that Martin said when he closed the opening speech, developed countries are the ones that carried out deforestation, and they are the strongest economies right now in the world. That's why it's not enough if they just contribute with us. They have to have financing strategies so that from the provinces and the local governments, we can transform public policies that need to have a positive impact in the short and mid-term in the environment so that we can cooperate with what's happening in the world right now. I want to thank the government of Cordoba for the policy. Santa Fe couldn't be anywhere else but here. And of course, we're going to help with each one of the public policies. Thank you so much, Maximiliano. A few things that I'd like to highlight. Ignacio Torres said, let's not birth this Argentina every 40 years. Martin Chazora talked about consolidating institutionally with commitment, and Maximiliano Ferrero says goes farther. Let's make it constitutional. It seems like these agendas are all aligned. Carlos Sadik, governor of Jujuy, a province that has lithium, but it has a huge solar park. One of the pioneers. What is it like to have that kind of? Well, thank you, Martin, for your invitation. Thanks to the governors. Thanks to the vice governor, the ambassadors who are here with us, the public officers who are here, and entrepreneurs and everyone here, all the attendees. Thank you so much. It is a great pleasure to be here in this conference that is so important. And for Jujuy, it is also very important because, of course, this relationship that exists between government, population, and people is felt and is threatened by the different situations and changes, threats that the environment is suffering. It's pretty clear, it's at everybody's sight in daylight. All the provinces, all the governments, we are working hard, and we have public policies with decision. And like Martin said in his introduction, we don't only have to say it, but we have to do it. We have to be pragmatic. In Jujuy, since 2016, we've had our Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, and we have a specific law against climate change. And since 2023, and according to what the government of Santa Fe said, there was a change in the constitution. In its Article 69 and 70, we state the existence of climate change, and that's a very important thing for provinces to admit. He just mentioned about our solar park. The Jujuy province has a solar park in a saline area, 4,300 meters above sea level. And I'd like to tell you and to tell Martin that in 2017, when we were looking for investment to build this park, we issue a bond, the first green bond that the country issued, because it's a bond that it was to generate solar energy. And when you go to the market, there are lots of investors, lots of investment funds that only buy bonds with local in local governments because it's a green project, and that it's useful to complement something that is very important, which is mining. Jujuy is a mining province, and nowadays we are in the lithium triangle in Argentina together with Salta and Catamarca. Jujuy is one of the main lithium exporters in the country, and one of the biggest differences or advantages is that we have one of the lithium plants that gets green energy from the Cauchari plant. And that is not about saying things, it's about going to the market, very demanding market, knowing that we have green mining and that is highly monitored and controlled, because we have a lot of points of checkpoints. And we are also working. I had to work in the city of Jujuy And as Martin said, those who worked in a city, they understand um, what it's like to do waste management, which is a huge issue. And we have made a big decision to organize a project that involves almost all the cities of the province of Jujuy, and that it's now financed by the investment bank, and that has to do with the setup of different transference and storage plants where we do separation and the burial of wastes. It's a province that is working hard with its waste management. We are closing all the landfill spaces. It's something that we started since 2016. Our Minister of Environment, who is here, I'd like to congratulate her for it. She started it, and we continue working in everything that has to do with preservation. Jujuy is one of the provinces that has a large surface covered in native forests. And as it was said here, the national government made some decisions, like in this case with the forest law and the fiduciary funds to protect the forest. And it's a pity that nowadays we don't have that law, or it's at least questioned. And obviously, the provinces, we're still working uh, for the environment, against climate change, and we're going to continue to do so with or without funding, because there is a decision that goes beyond the resources that can be obtained or not. So I wanted to tell you that briefly. Jujuy continues to work. We have our Puna. In our Puna, we have more than 9 towns that we call them solar towns. They have different generators. All those towns, they have solar plants, they have clean energy, and that's how we keep on working. So, um, taking advantage of the good deities that we get from the sun, we have more and more clean energy in the province, and we want to introduce that to all the productive processes we can produce. We can do mining that are both clean, and that's the biggest challenge that we have ahead, and we are committed to it. And of course, without all of our cities, with our city government, which are the ones that are working daily. I'd like to thank Martin and the organizing committee. It is a pleasure for me to be here, because it has to do with something so important, that is to the protection of the environment, thinking about those who come ahead, the future generations, all the new generations. This work we're doing is going to be really appreciated in the future. In alphabetical order, it would have been the same. Our governor of La Pampa would have closed. This idea of the false crack of between producing, extracting, and producing and taking care of the environment. How does La Pampa work around it? Good morning, everyone. In this scenario, we have to understand the sustainable development of Argentina, which goes beyond personal differences. Oh. I'd like to thank Martin, a friend of mine, and it's institutional relations. We've talked and we've approached different topics, always up to the challenge. And I think that without a doubt, and in this framework of the important topic that gathers us here today, we have a contrast. And I'm sure we have institutional differences, the ephemeral, the daily activities do not allow us to devote so much time to state policies. It's without a doubt that being here is clear. We are debating, we are projecting state policies to see how we leave a great planet to the future generations. And there is another contrast in all of this, in which in a way the panacea that is individualism. Nowadays, there is a contrast. We're all together in this. There's a common cause, and this common cause forces us to make collective decisions. Each one has to be responsible for this. We have to be be liable, and we have to respond. We have to be accountable towards mitigation and the adaptation to climate change, and that's a state policy. When you talk about state policy, you really have to think about the essence of what state policy means. Of course, the policies are those of us who have a state responsibility. We have to carry them out so that they transform into a collective transformation where no one is left behind, because it's the common good. That's what we're looking for. For sure, those who are here, we have more responsibilities. And that's why in La Pampa province, it's not just about being accountable, but giving it more institutional hierarchy for those government decisions that are specific. From the first days of my administration, we talked to the ministry. There has to be a way that we can form the legal framework, but it also has to come up from the consensus. It has to arise from the consensus. We're not here to impose anything. We were not elected to impose anything. We were elected for the greater good. And that's like truth, right? We build it all together. There is no absolute truth. And in that sense, as state policy, and from, unfortunately, some sort of abandonment, not the abandonment to the governors of the provinces or a society, but an abandonment towards the future of generations. The provinces, the national, the local, subnational governments, we have to step up to the challenge and take responsibility and to make the decisions to work with the city governments. Those are the ones that are at the forefront of everything. They have to give responses in the social and economical aspects, but also in the environmental aspects. In a way, as Martin said, we must, outside our country, we have to see, they have to see us as the ones responsible to bring tangible answers to our people. And there are examples, and they are clear examples, of course. When you ask me about this division that we have to forget about many divisions, not only the political party division. Otherwise, our country will not prosper. As much as we have to forget about the division and bring unity, we have to bring unity for other things. That division that is the state and the market, the public and the private. We have to also be accountable so that we eliminate the production and environment division. We have to find a sustainable break-even point for creating development and for the development, and that is something that all society has to think about. The main responsibilities are held by with facts. We have to um, we have to prove what Martin explained. We will be judged by what we did and what we are going to do. The European Union sanctioned us for the products that we produce in La Pampa. The prestige of our meat is not nothing. I mean, we gained different and diverse institutional markets. France is one of our destinations. However, we did things correctly, and we want to be recognized for doing things correctly. We said how we protect our native forest. In La Pampa, 80% of the native forest is still standing, and it's still at the service of production. That's why the biggest challenge, as usual, is to take responsibility, to be accountable, understanding that it's a common cause and we need collectively to work on the huge legacy that maybe we will not see it, but that our next generations will enjoy. That means that we will have lived up to the challenge, and I'm sure 7 provinces here gathered today, and I'm sure many more with city governments will follow. They will be up to that need to be accountable for protecting the environment, to be accountable to find the best answer in climate change. Thank you. Thank you, Governor.
We're running out of time. I think I would not be called to be a moderator any longer. What we see is more than just a declaration. We've been able to listen to you and understand that you have very clear objectives that are in alignment. Very interesting. It's a political fact, it's a political reality. What's happening, what's taking place here in Cordoba City. Thank you very much. I believe that we're going to go straight to the signature of the agreement. Thank you. A round of applause, please. Adi, a round of applause. Thank you very much for moderating these two last panels. With the governors on stage, we will sign this agreement, this declaration. Subnational governments gathered in Córdoba province will take on a regional commitment that reflects upon these Latin American goals. It's a time to raise our voices. This is moving towards COP30. We will start with the signature of the agreement and start a strategic process and encourage a common goal for the subnational regions. First of all, Alicia Griselda Aroni, who is the Vice Governor of Entre Rios. Regional commitment toward COP30, Ignacio Agustin Torres from Chubut. Maximiliano Cuyaro from Santa Fe. Sergio Raúl Ilioto from La Pampa. Carlos Adir, Jujuy. And Martin Chayora from Córdoba province. Congratulations on the signature of this regional agreement towards COP30. A round of applause, and thank you to the governors for signing this agreement. This agreement aims at fostering the adaptation of ecosystems in the face of climate change. Clearly a hallmark to accelerate transitions toward circular economy, to enhance gender equality. Thank you very much for this. Thank you for this Latin American commitment and agreement. Thank you. We're happy to have started with the first day of this Latin American International Conference. We will move on to the next panel, gender issues, after lunch. Thank you very much. We'll resume shortly.
bien. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas nuevamente luego del almuerzo.
Pero claro, empezamos con los paneles de debate, vamos a seguir con el encuentro entre distintos países, entre distintas ideas, y en cómo Córdoba sigue siendo foco y camino para este evento tan importante sobre Conferencia Internacional Climática.
Sí, que en este momento están sucediendo diferentes actividades en varios lugares de este complejo tan enorme de la provincia de Córdoba, en la ciudad de Córdoba, con personas de muchísimos países con un mismo interés, que es hablar acerca del ecosistema, del clima, del cambio climático, de cómo paliarlo, de cómo cuidar.
Así es. Y vamos a dar comienzo a un eje temático clave, incluso el acuerdo que fuimos testigos recién. Las sesiones sobre género, inclusión y cambio climático. Como parte de esta hoja de ruta hacia la COP30, el Pacto Global de Alcaldes por el Clima y la Energía prevé diversos espacios de diálogo para consolidar una agenda de acción climática subnacional.
Como parte de este evento, la GICOM lidera las plenarias de esta tarde en conjunto con ONU Mujeres,
Así
con
es.
el Instituto Alciras
La Red de Innovación Local.
y también con ICLEI Argentina.
En este bloque se va a plantear que promover el empoderamiento de todas las mujeres y niñas no solo es una cuestión de justicia, sino también un elemento central para alcanzar el desarrollo sostenible, tal como lo reconoce la Agenda 2030.
Comenzamos entonces con la sesión plenaria número 1, la primera de no solamente este día, sino de la Conferencia Climática Internacional en general. Clima y género en una encrucijada, políticas basadas en la ciencia para una transformación exclusiva.
Fuerte el aplauso para Helena Cardoso, coordinadora del GCOM en América Latina.
Y también para Carolina Basualdo, intendente de Despeñaderos. Informamos que por una cuestión de idiomas pueden buscar sus aparatos de traducción en las puertas de informes al ingreso del salón para poder escuchar a todas las ponentes. Bienvenidas.
Bienvenidas, adelante, gracias.
Muy buenas tardes a todos y todas, ¿cómo están? Voy a hablar en portugués, entonces ya les pido, así que quien no tiene el equipo de traducción y lo necesitas, por favor, que lo haga en área adelante en la derecha, ¿sí? Me llamo Helena, sou Helena, é um grande prazer estar aqui com vocês, representando e abrindo a sessão junto a Carolina Basualdo, representando o Pacto Global de Prefeitos e Prefeitas pelo Clima e Energia. A maior aliança de cidades no mundo, temos hoje mais de 13.700 cidades que estão sim atuando com seu compromisso e metas climáticas. Hoje a gente tem mais de 140 países, mais de 1 bilhão de pessoas que estão representadas por essas cidades e assim tentando traduzir os compromissos globais para a ação local. E aí vocês podem se perguntar, o que a gente está fazendo hoje aqui, numa plenária principal, num evento de clima, discutindo gênero e inclusão? Porque sem justiça de gênero não há justiça climática. E a gente precisa, sim, sair de uma pauta marginal, em que a agenda de gênero e inclusão continua, para uma pauta central. E assim conseguir promover uma transição econômica justa e inclusiva. E é em parceria com a ONU Mulheres, em parceria com a Rede de Inovação Local da Argentina e em parceria com o ICLEI, que a gente montou essas duas sessões agora à tarde aqui para vocês, para estar discutindo a centralidade da agenda de gênero e inclusão hoje e na importância climática. É muito importante a gente se perguntar qual é a relevância e a conexão de gênero e clima nessa agenda. E a gente vê que hoje 80% das populações deslocadas em áreas de grande vulnerabilidade têm um nome, e esse nome são as mulheres. E são as mulheres e as crianças, e a gente precisa sim encontrar uma forma de discutir não só essa inclusão de gênero, mas as inclusões das comunidades dissidentes na pauta central climática. E eu gostaria muito de trazer alguns dados para vocês. Infelizmente, hoje na América Latina, a gente só tem 12% da liderança de prefeitas nas comunidades locais. Isso diz muito sobre o nosso papel ainda aquém do que a gente precisa alcançar a justiça de gênero para que seja feita a justiça climática. E um estudo muito recente do Banco Mundial diz para a gente que a gente precisa, anualmente, os países de baixa e média renda vão precisar entre 256 mil bilhões a 821 bilhões de dólares por ano para criarem comunidades urbanas resilientes e de baixo carbono. Isso é basicamente 2% do PIB desses países em desenvolvimento, mas a gente sabe muito bem que as cidades enfrentam um grande problema para conseguir ter recursos a financiamento. Se a gente olha hoje a revisão das NDCs, foram revisadas pela ONU 121 NDCs, que são as contribuições nacionalmente determinadas, que mostram que apenas 21 vinculam ações de gênero a mecanismos de financiamento. A gente precisa colocar na pauta climática um olhar muito focado na agenda de gênero. E assim, eu queria trazer uma boa notícia. Vocês sabem que na semana passada e retrasada estavam os países na conferência de Bonn. Quem sabe disso?
It's a fundamental hallmark of Latin Americans to contribute with the local governments, with the civil society, companies. It's a hallmark, but it's not it is a process to change the plans so that we can show that we are capable and we can raise our voices, because we have our forests, we have biodiversity, the people, our communities, our native communities. All of this has to be at the center of discussions, and I'd like to thank Minister Flores for this agenda. Now I'll give the floor to the person that works with the mayors. And with our Latin American vision, an inclusive vision, so that from now forward we can continue working together honestly. Having this forum in Cordoba and saying that there's no climate change or action if it doesn't include feminism and gender. Women are the ones that suffer the most this climate change. Thereby, it's important. I mean, this agenda, it's important to consider this issue. As our governor said, that there's this denial of climate change. There's also a denial of gender issues and women's rights. So to consider these issues is something we're proud of, to raise our voices from Cordoba, at the heart of Argentina, prior to COP30. It is something that we have to honor, to celebrate that we're here to share the work of the local communities, and also to work towards COP30. It is the local governments, the ones that suffer from the direct consequences of climate changes. There are over 750 cities, and there are innovative and transformative actions in place. And part of these actions are come from women, women in the rural areas, local governments, communities. It is women who enhance change. And so to be able to celebrate in this conference is something we're proud of. As a representative, as GCOM, let me say that this, we're not victims. We don't feel that we're victims. We have new solutions. There are programs in place and public policies in place that address this issue and that can lead these actions internationally. We're working in a new narrative that have to do with an intersectoral approach involving innovative public policies that are carried out by local governments. And this summit is also a political message. There is no climate action if there's no social justice. This is the flag we need to raise in order to advance in our local communities to celebrate this forum. And as Elena said, our governor and Martin Jarjora, because what happened today in Cordoba is a historical landmark after the Paris Agreement. We ratified the commitment with a national government that denies climate action. Governors of our country, we have governors from different places, different provinces, and this is to actually set the difference, to make a difference. And this is adding, gender issues in the agenda. So we celebrate this space, being here to work together. Let's continue working in this direction. Now we'll begin with the conference. Let me introduce the speaker. Nidia Pesantes. Nidia has an experience over 25 years as an activist for women rights. She represents women from Bolivia. She was also a director of the National Women's Council. She's been a national and international consultant for climate issues for the United Nations and other cooperation agencies. Since 2011, she's been an expert for women's UN Women. Welcome, Nidia. And thank you for being here. Thank you. It is an honor for me to be here. To discuss the link between gender and environment in order to assure the life and survival of our species, because as you know, it's not only aiding the government. The planet has been here for a long time before us, and it'll be here after we leave. So we're not defending the planet, but the life of our species, because if we leave soon, we're going to be the species that has lived here for a very, very short time, this planet that has prepared to actually giving us this space. We were born as a species to be able to think the universe, to think the planet. As Brian Smith said, we were part of the evolution because the universe needed ears and eyes to understand itself, and ears to listen to it itself, and to admire itself of its own beauty. I have a brief presentation. So if there's no presentation, technology is a wonder, but when it fails, So this is kind of the old school. It's a little bit more boring, so I'm sorry. But, I'm wearing these other glasses. Is the presentation ready? So, what is the context today? We're facing a triple planetary crisis. This triple crisis is comprised by three main phenomena or factors that have to do what we do as human beings to ensure our lives, but I think we're doing it incorrectly. Climate change, number one, pollution crisis, and the loss of biodiversity. The crisis due to climate change worsens and intensifies, natural disasters and alters biological cycles of our planet. These changes impact not only on people but also the species that are necessary for the stability of the planet. When an ecosystem damages, then the whole ecosystem is uh, jeopardized because we are biological beings. We love thinking that we are social beings, but we have bones, we have muscles, we have organs that work, that operate biologically and that depend on others to be able to continue. So pollution due to agrochemicals, heavy metals, and industrial waste degrades soils, water, atmosphere, living tissues, and affects essential organisms for to make life sustainability. And then the loss of biodiversity, which is a more critical dimension because oftentimes it is less visible. We can't clearly see until it becomes a catastrophe. Each of the species that disappears impacts on the regulations of the ecosystems. Human beings, we can't see how the planet works. We cannot replicate a planet, and we've been working a lot on that. We cannot replicate a biosphere to be able to live in another planet because we don't understand how the planet works. We are not aware of all of the ecostemic regulators, and we don't know how the soil and the water exist. So here's the presentation. And this is the loss of biodiversity. So the change, I mean, when we lose, thank you very much. When we lose these regulators, will lose the capacity of survival. So why do we have this triple crisis? Greenhouse gas emissions. These gases create more heat. What's heat? It's the vibration of energy. The higher the vibration, the higher the heat. As we have better I mean, conductors, some of these gases, CO2 for example, they drive this vibration, they accelerate this vibration. If hydrogen did not, I mean, CO2 does increase heat waves, and it is the heat waves we're facing today in different countries. As I'm reading a book called Heat Will Kill You First. Heat waves make vectors increase. For example, mosquitoes such as Aedes aegypti. So in cities where we didn't have malaria, for example, we're having these diseases because heat waves increase the existence of different vectors, and other species that can no longer live begin to migrate to colder areas. Greenhouse gases, defensive actions impact on production. It's not about not producing. There are some movements that think that when we talk about climate change, we don't want production anymore, and that's not the case. We're talking about having a more responsible type of production. We need to continue producing foods to feed the world, but we cannot do so while altering the entire ecosystem. So we need to break the vicious circle that impact on this climate crisis. And then waste. When we produce, you know about the metabolism, the social metabolism, biological social metabolism to produce. The first step is to actually dominate the territory, then the production, and then the transformation of what we're producing or what we're actually acquiring from the place, and then commercialization. But then there's waste. Along this chain, we're producing greenhouse gases because the model we're using, but models can change. It is the human invention. It's not the law of gravity. It can change. We're not destined to produce like that. And waste, organic, inorganic waste, is one of the most important factors because we believe that all of the water resources are able to absorb waste, such as plastic, for example. You know, it's not the case. We have So why do we have these kinds of metabolism? I mean, this generation of greenhouse gases and pollution and waste? Because we have an economy based on growth, unlimited growth in a limited planet. Our planet is round, and we should follow the same shape in our production cycles. I mean, life production is round. I mean, we become as women round. We were going to give birth. We're not vertical. Growth, production, reproduction is round, is circular, and the capacity to produce is should be round so that it is aligned with our planet, which is spheric, green, and blue. So this unlimited growth, this unlimited economic growth is unaware of different things. And gender is one of the most important things. It is unaware of environmental factors, how much it takes, how much it costs, and how much do we have to pay as human beings if we degrade soils, for example, to eliminate 1,000 hectares of Amazon forest, rainforest. So we calculate, for example, how much land we're recovering to produce biofuels, but we measure, I mean, we don't measure, we don't have the capacity or the political will to see how much it'll cost the Amazon. It's not only the rainforest, but we're the regulators. We're not only eating the trees, but everything that came with the trees, the biological package. We are unaware of how we're going to rebuild a biological package we don't know of for you to take a pill, many studies are carried out to have a drug placed in the market. There are drugs that are being tested over 30 years before they're sold because we don't know about the side effects. But earth, water, soil, we don't even consider that, you know, if we can make potatoes larger, let's go ahead. And we are unaware of the side effects. This is one of the issues. We're not, we don't consider the loss of regulatory mechanisms, the rupture effects of regulatory mechanisms. And when we have the structure of flowcharts, it's not about, it's about considering all of the different relationships between these systems, and it does not consider the loss of ecosystems. And there's also another side to it, which is human resources, the cost of human resources. What do we mean by this? For example, looking after the places. So when we study, I mean, there's always people looking after ourselves when we go to university, for example, or when we go to school. There's somebody behind taking care of the house or washing the dishes. There's something looking after. So when I'm sick, somebody's looking after ourselves. But the job has always been carried out, uh, and this is not considered. For example, women, let's say they acknowledge and they look after the family, but what I do should be acknowledged, because this takes time, effort, and it takes money, because looking after, taking care of the system is actually very important. Looking after for the planet also has a cost. Uh, um, for women, it is absolutely difficult and almost impossible at some point to have children, study and do whatever they have to do and to ensure a life for the children. It takes a lot of time and effort. It does not consider the work that women carry out, for example, of small production or small scale uh, production. For example, small countries that produce meat, considering, for example, the milk that they produce. So they just consider, I mean, it considers the antibiotics that is provided to the cows, the the food, the fences, the water that is needed for irrigation, and the women. I mean, the the job of the women or the work is not considered. They have to actually look after the cattle. They have to change, for example, the cattle. They change cattle from place to place. They take them out of the fences so that they can go into the pastures. They go and drink water, and then they return back into the fences. And that is that, and the same for, you know, fruit collection, food collection. Everything that women do is considered support and is not taken into consideration in small scale projects or production. So it is not included in the accounting of companies or countries. Let's have a look at the differentiated impact.
It depends on the ecosystem, the vulnerability situation. we have two types of population, actually many types of population, but regarding the ecosystem, as the space we are part of, we have two types: those who live without intermediation and those who live with intermediation of the natural environment. Those who live without the intermediation are usually towns and indigenous populations, rural communities. Why do they live without intermediation? Because they rely directly on the ecosystem. It's not like us. We live with intermediation. Small cities, intermediate cities, metropolis. The intermediation is the food supply. In the case of Argentina, if there is a drought, people are not going to starve. Why not? Because they have food trading, and if a city doesn't have it, then they will resource to another town. But what happens to small towns from Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, or Mexico that live from what they produce? Those towns that don't manage money, but they manage their production. Any change in the ecosystem impacts directly, and that's why changes in the ecosystem that are reflected in the climate patterns, pollution, and land degradation impacts in populations that are more vulnerable, not because we like to complain, but because it is that climate situation, this environmental situation, places them in a precarious uh, situation. They cannot access clean water because we did something as a species that is impacting those populations that have fewer resources. So it's not just something that we say out of the blue. We in the city, if we have economic resources, we can buy food. If there were droughts in the north, maybe the south continues producing and it will make it to the market. There is always a distribution chain. There is always a distribution chain that puts us forward with the possibility of survival. The greatest difference are the intermediaries. That means that there are populations that are really starving when a climate event happens or it is exacerbated. So who are those in that vulnerable situation? You have them on the list. I like to point out the children and teenagers. They have fewer possibilities to work. Being vulnerable means implies that there are no possibilities to decide because they have fewer options. That makes people vulnerable. When there are societies where they believe that there are people who are worth less than others, those people are vulnerable. When we naturalize that there is a social group that is poor, when we standardize poverty as part of life, then there are people who are vulnerable. Poverty is not normal. And even though some sectors do not care, even those sectors with more income will be impacted by poverty because the greater the consumption, the number of consumers, the more possibilities that they have to sustain the economic or the trade wheel, the trade cycle. Women are not a social group. Indigenous, migrants, children, young people, and women, that is a mistake. And many public policy makers are making that mistake. It's not like there are indigenous, there are people who are poor, there are young people, and then there are women. Where do women come from? We are half of all the populations and of all the sectors around the world. We are not a sector that is put in a bag of vulnerability. We are half from the existence, the to the more polar to the more tropical population, and from the richest to the poorest. And we are half of the population. We account for half the population. So stop talking about policies um, to guarantee uh, gender equality. Oh, but then they say there are also young people. Let's do a youth policy. Yeah, the young have a special, um, and within the young people, we're talking about young men and women. We're going to talk about women, of course, because we are half of the population. Now, these are just some pieces of information. Global data always hide the worst of it. Thanks to all the work that women have done and many allies, men allies, we've changed our realities. But 58% of women may decide on their bodies around the world, because we have countries like in Europe or some in in Latin America, Canada, Australia, that impact on that average, but 58% over 100% of men who can decide on their bodies. Almost half of the population of women cannot decide on their bodies. The average week work, 66 hours a week for women, 55 for men. The income gap, 22% in favor of men, not because women make less money. In many countries, they have already regulations for equal income for equal jobs. But those sectors in which women are working in, they pay less, which are the caregivers. In our societies, production is more important than caregiving. And why do we what do we produce? Because we give food to our people, and that is care too. We forget about caregiving. We forget about well-being. We forget about those we work for. Everything that is caregiving and services is paid less. That's why we have a 22% income gap in favor of men. So for the entry-level jobs, for every 3 men that have an entry-level job, only 2 women have an entry-level job. Land ownership. 20% of the land of all over the world is owned by women, and 20% of production levels. How can we talk about equality if we do not own the production means? Then we have high-level C-level jobs, 42% for women, 58% for men. Parliament, 27% women, 73% of men. And they are the ones that rule the world. And look at the mess we have. In Bolivia, all governors are men. And look at the countries we have, and look at the world we have. Why? Because women, we are less appreciated than men. And this is not a complaint. That's the data, that's the information. I don't complain about being a woman. It's not about complaining. It's about solving the problems that we've created so far. And right now, with just masculine points of view, we haven't solved it, and that's why we're here. We are losing our planet and the capacity to live in it. What are we doing? We're knocking on the door because we have experience and we have knowledge that I'm sure you will support. We have a different perspective that I'm sure is going to be useful, because we will see later is the way we were raised. Society put us in charge of life. And why is that? Because we gave birth. Do you think women enjoy sending their kids to wars? We don't produce wars. Not many men either, but there are some men that have lost themselves in the toxic relationship, and then they go back to the center of decisions.
Thank you. Finally, sexual abuse, sexual violence. 3 out of 4 women have been assaulted. When we consider less developed countries, this increases, and the lower the education, and then the less fewer opportunities, the more um, possibilities of abuse. So the rate of violence increases. So there are two things we need to address. Having women engage in educational activities, and men and women need to learn to learn from one another, and then um, marry. And politics is not neutral because it's based on a patriarchal system that for many people it may be an invention, such as currencies, social structures. What is not an invention is what is given by nature. Light speed is not an invention. It's not that you can invent it. You can't physically do it. You can't fly if you don't have, the wings to do it. But the kind of societies we build, whatever we build, is an invention, and this is a terrible invention. We've invented a patriarchal system that built a society and economy and political system from the man's perspective, that was based on the man that were in power back then. Remember, when the Arabians were in power, and then before, where the Chinese and so on and so forth. So based on the man that were in power, the rest had to um, attach to join those systems. So this is based on a belief that there's a group of men that have to decide upon everything for the good of the rest of the population, and the rest of the population have to endure this, and we are in that rest of the population. So this is clear in the different standards, the economies, institutions, and the priorities. The priority of the patriarchal system is bottom up without being concerned of the circularity of the life. We're not talking about men versus women, but the patriarchal systems. We can transform ourselves. Of course, we need to improve all of the legal framework so that to have women involved, because we have a contribution to make. We need to set public policies with technical capacities or capabilities. It's not just about creating institutions for the environment and to have better opportunities for women. We need to change the pattern of consumption, because consumption patterns change production patterns. We can say that it's terrible to have soda drinks that use a lot of plastic, and to speak against these companies, but we're drinking those soda drinks. So instead of just protesting against them, or just don't do it. Don't buy those drinks. That's it. It's easier. It's more peaceful. That is radical. Will transform priorities, the existing priorities, and will move from unlimited growth to sustainability of the life. Uh, Life is a network. We're not really aware of it. We need to get to learn about it. And women in rural areas know about that network because they are the best component in rural areas. Why? Because they are in connection with the nature. They have adapted to nature. So that is, women are it is indispensable for women to be providing with the knowledge they have. But we need to consider this. I mean, we need to get them involved so that can actually respond as leaders. And for that, they need to be more present in different fields such as science and technology. I wanted to be an astronomer. I love mathematics, but I was told you can't do that because you live in Ecuador. So I studied communication. So we need more girls, more women in these areas because their perspectives are different. When we have the possibility to see through our very own eyes why I mean, all of this half is the feminine side of life. So why do we do this? Instead of enhancing the whole human body, it's not about complaining. It's about the fact of actually becoming a single living organism, humanity. We have a legal framework in place. And this is what feminism proposes, inclusion. The gender approach has to be involved in negotiations. It's about knowing about the needs, the interests, and concerns of women because women are not the same as men. At home, the concerns of women is different from the concerns of men because we have a different kind of education, a different way of looking at things in rural communities. When we draw all of the community maps. Women draw one thing and men draw another thing. We need to actually include all of these perspectives. More women in decision-making forums. So we need to n- not be fearful of what we can become, not being fearful about worrying about what others may say. So we need to serve to make this work. We need to be at the disposal, available to work, to be part of teams, to advocate for climate financing. We can't do all of this. Um, so women are not taught to how to save themselves. I mean, women are not taught to swim or climb trees. So when there are meetings for natural disasters and risks, women are not there. Why? Because it sounds manly, but who are at home with children when they are in risk? Women. And we are producing knowledge, we're supporting civil society and states to come up with articulate programs with a Rio Triple Convention, and we are supporting and strengthening institutions, both institutions that are fighting for women to include climate issues in their agendas and other organizations to include gender issues in their agenda. Women and men were made to continue making women and men. Let's make this planet a greener and more blue space. We should be seen as part of the species because we're part of the same species. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, líder presente, representante.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and welcome. We'll continue with the discussions and the presentations and the exchange of ideas. This is Climate and Gender at the Crossroads, policies based on science for an inclusive transformation. And we're going to have a top-notch panel here. Let's welcome Claudia Martinez, who is the secretary of the Women's Department from the government of Córdoba, Mrs. Alegard, who's the president of the Youth Network from Cauca Department, from Colombia, Sandra Patricia Alegard, from Brazil, Marcia Conrado, who's the mayor of Terra Talada, Nadia Gus, vice mayor of Kaluz, from Ukraine, Liliana Miranda, who's the author of the report moderated by Carolina Basualdo. If you need translation, right at the entrance of the hall, the conference room, there are some translation devices so you can follow the interpretation into Portuguese and English and Spanish. Hashtag CCI International Climate Conference. Carolina Basualdo. Thank you, Nidia. Thank you to these leaders from the academia, politicians, mayors, and activists. So wonderful panel. Public policies, data, gender, and climate, how we can put this together. So we're going to have two rounds for questions. We're going to start with the Minister Secretary, Claudia Martinez. Can you tell us about the data about the participation and situation of men and women? Wonderful panel, really. Lots of women and people, many people participating, this political involvement from the province of Cordoba government to have this at the center of their agenda, climate change. Let me first, well, Carolina is a great activist from the local government, and also she represents, you know, this issue of gender, because I mean you represent the voice of many women, and as Martin Jajora, governor, said today, we were left out of the world agenda, and this is not by chance. I was speaking to someone. I mean, when we don't understand, this is why we're talking about gender issues and climate. It's not that they don't understand. They understand quite well. They know that these are the structural bases, the foundations to sustain violence, gender violence, and to destroy the environment. All of these wars that we're going through, these massive killings of population, the different what's going on in Ukraine and Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, and the over 100 war conflicts have to do with a patriarchal system. So this connection, this link we're developing, and has to do with the fact that we cannot address climate change if we're not speaking about gender, not only because women are at the forefront of all of these demands, and as we are caretakers, as our colleague from Bolivia said, we not only look after the life, we look after our environment, we look after this planet. This is why I believe that we need to take advantage of this space to raise our voices and to uh, talk about what is being done, because extraction is not only to the land and the planet, but also politics. There's something interesting that I like to say. This is Rita Sagato's study that talks about um, um, an extraction colonial based system, and this is what is this reproduces um, um, cruelty, this destruction of killing the planet, which would be the problem. Which would be the so with this report, she gives an example in one of the studies that she published some time ago in a mining area. Which is the first thing they build before they set up a mine? A whorehouse. Why? Because that population and the workers need to first of all rehearse this, cruelty in the body of women in order to be able to exploit and extract the land and the earth, where every day they destroy the planet. From Cordoba, we're working with the different mayors, particularly women. We're working on um, from EcoFem, which is a project we started with Minister Victoria Flores, who I'm really grateful. I mean, because she's leading this important ministry, and please, Celeste, stand up because she's leading the ESPFAM project, which is recycling center for women and diversities. Besides recycling objects, women and diversities, we find there a new way to start. Congratulations and thank you, Celeste. All of these words have to do with all of the work that you've been doing. Now, Sandra Patricia from Cauca, Colombia. Can you tell us about the outlook of the youth? It's an honor to be here with so many powerful women in Colombia. To defend life can actually, uh, it can actually go against your own life. We have a lot of high criminal rates, 79 lives of women, but we're, fighting for it. I represent the youth that has grown between biodiversity and structural violence in my country. There are many young women, such as myself, that stand up for natural resources, forests, and life, but we stand up for the rights to have a decent life. And I'm saying this from a place where climate change is not a scientific theory, it is a reality we have to face in our bodies, in our souls, in the territory, and in our history as women. In my region is where rivers are born in some beautiful mountains, but at the same time, we are the department, the region where we have um, over 1,000 uh, birds that have been registered. These are historical data, we can say, but it is the same place where I have seen during my life how black women from my community, my aunts, my grandmother have done so much without being recognized by uh, the the system. We've endured a lot of issues, a lot of injustice, but we've been able to stand up, and we are facing up to these issues so that we can raise our voices and our voices can be finally heard. Climate change does not affect us in the same way, but women, young people, and children are in the first line. We are impacted most significantly. For example, we're losing crops, we're having diseases, we are kicked out of our own places, and it is the young women that are recovering these places because we are in the territories and we feel this connection with nature. I read a survey some time ago that said that 70% of young people question the quality of education in terms of climate, and the same survey stated that 60% of young people believe that the education they received on climate change was in their classrooms, in schools. So, where do we see this? It is there. There is the secret in education. But it's not that simple. For us to be able to make this change, we need to get together with civil society organizations here present, the governments, to get together, to work together in order to be to have an effective involvement and participation so that everybody can actually participate, can be heard, and of course to really make an impact. We are asked to adapt, but we're not giving water or resources or lands. We're quite the contrary. We're losing our territories in the in favor of development. And what is development? Monocultures, mining, illegal mining, diseases that are caused by the damage we make, we cause to the planet, undernourishment, and so on. I like to share. I've gone through conflict in a very vivid way. I've never seen that in my, for example, I've never seen water come through the faucet of my grandmother's house because they've always lived in these very poor conditions, and they've always gone through all of the worst cases. I lost my mom when I was a kid, but when I see my grandmother is as if I saw my mother, and it really hurts when I see her like that. But I always see her happy, positive, and I love her. See, and her talk about plant medicine. So this is what we need to give, are the younger generations, this wisdom, this legacy that needs to be protected in order to preserve the life of this planet. Let me say that to wrap up in this. In our work, we've done it together with many women. The Embassy of Germany, for example, they supported us. They've gone hand in hand, supporting us in this agenda for the protection of women's rights with wonderful initiatives called Women Changing the World. So as to have this in the agenda of the governments, to have accountability, and to have an impact to strengthen women's rights at a regional level, in a more also international level, so that we are involved in the decision-making process. A round of applause to this wonderful young leader. Now we'll give the floor to another leader from Brazil, Marcia Conrado, who's the mayor of Serra Talada, who's the vice president of gender in Brazil.
First, I'd like to thank everyone for allowing me to be here. Then we can start discussing with our own voice about this important matter. I'm from Pernambuco, Brazil, and I'm representing mayors of gender policies made up by the cities of 30,000 inhabitants of there are 419 cities. 72% of the GDP are in those cities, and there are very few women in the head of that management, in those administrations. We come here to share in a very dignified way so that we can be at the forefront in a moment in which discussions on climate change and 80% of people who have to be misplaced when there is a climate event are women who work more often than not without a salary. These are women that work in important jobs, but they don't have a dignified space and they don't have the possibility to go back to their homes after a natural disaster. I wanted to congratulate the mayors who are always listening to our needs. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd like to congratulate you for all the work you've been doing with Lula as president, dear mayor. Now we'll go to another mayor, and the importance of your presence here in this context of war that Ukraine is undergoing. She's the mayor of Kharkiv in Ukraine, and we want to thank you, and we are solidarity for this thing. Thank you for being so brave. And now Liliana Miranda, leader of the IPCC for cities, who's going to tell us about this issue, this topic. Thank you, Liliana. Thank you for the invitation. The IPCC, the Climate Change Panel, I've been the leader since the sixth report, so I wanted to use some of the slides. I don't know if they're already available, otherwise, I have them here with me. But first, I like to speak as a Peruvian and as a woman. We have to talk about peace. We need to talk about peace. We have to promote peace. But as women, unfortunately, in Peru, we cannot say that politicians, our policies that we fight so hard for, to have that space as a women, we can't say that men are representing us correctly. We have a woman president. When the demonstrations came against her, she fell and she did nothing. With 50 people who were killed in those demonstrations. So it's not a natural guarantee that women who represent us, and I'm ashamed to say it as a Peruvian, but that sometimes happens. We also have to say that defending life is defending peace. And it's defending lives of those who are strong for our country. And so, let me tell you a little bit about this sixth assessment report on climate change, justice, and inclusion and gender focuses. And there is a lot to say in this report. The adaptation solutions, the actual adaptation solutions, and feasible solutions are they match the justice needs. Climate justice cannot be separated from social justice. They go hand in hand because it recognizes that gender equalities are reversed with the effect of climate change. Women have less chances to survival with the impact of climate change, and we suffer the worst consequences in health, in safety. We women we don't own lands. They told us at the beginning we have the responsibility to take care of the families, to provide water and food. Illnesses as malaria virus, the Zika virus, they're related with worse neonatal and maternal issues. Women, we have that triple load, working for a paycheck. We do not have the patriarchy issues, the work in the house and participation, leadership, to be environmental defenders. Here we are putting our faces, and that gives us less adaptation capacity. And there are impacts, severe impacts for women, especially indigenous, African descent, the LGBTQ plus with disabilities, migrants from remote, they're violence victims in face of disasters. In 2007, there were refugee camps after the massive destruction of homes. And in the north of Peru, girls started to be raped in these refugees by other Peruvians who were refugees there too, men, of course. So in general, we are a lot more vulnerable, and so we need to have an inclusive focus on gender in all the plans, in participation planning, with women participation to provide infrastructure and services, even in transportation, hospital constructions and buildings, the construction of schools. We have to give our own perspective. We have to raise our voices and to say what our needs are, what our specific needs are. For instance, in the refugee camps, of the coastal kids, they gave water and food, but they didn't give us pads, maxi pads, small details that were very important to consider. And then we have to see how risk management is faced in precarious neighborhoods with fewer services so that they have this gender focus. Inclusion of indigenous and local knowledge. Perhaps the ones that are listened to the least are indigenous women, women from native communities, those who protect the forests and who have to be protected the most because they are more vulnerable. A few months ago, there was a scandal in bilingual school in the Amazon area, that were raped systematically by their teachers. So the Minister of Education of Peru came up and said that was a cultural issue. Of course, everybody started a war against him, but women in general are fighting against those type of comments, which result not only from the patriarchy, but also from the little knowledge of life in the Amazon regions and in the native indigenous communities. We cannot foster, and that guy didn't even say sorry. He's the national minister of government. We don't have ministers in the subnational governments. We call them sub-managers, deputy managers. We also have to set up communication networks to build local leaderships for women, for young people, and to acknowledge women's capacity to jointly uh, put the efforts to, for example, build homes. I'm an architect, and we women can build a wall. I have actually built walls. We can lay bricks with concrete blocks. We can put windows and nail hammer nails. We can install sewage systems. We need to rebuild sometimes cities, and we are not giving that possibility. We have to recognize those capabilities and then to summon them and introduce them. And all the examples that you may think of regarding inclusion, they will always be beneficial for equality. And I leave it at that. We're going to close. We'd like to hear, Lily, I'm going to start with you. What good practices have you seen in the world that contribute to a biggest challenge in climate change matters? Some good practices regarding the IPCC report? Yeah, the report is filled with solutions. Unfortunately, it's only available in English, but the report has several proposals and it must be reviewed carefully. What I had in that last slide was an example. I'd like to talk about the good things we have in Peru. And we have a gender plan and a climate change gender plan. The first one of its kind, approved in 2016. Of course, not with this administration, but it was approved and it is working. And it articulates the national policies, international commitments with a gender focus. And we worked on referendums with local organizations and with all the different sectors implied in this, in terms of the ministries of the national government. We have a law and a national plan of gender equality that now adds to the legal framework that ratifies all the elements of this gender equality and climate change. So it's a guideline for public institutions, local stakeholders to introduce the gender focus, but it's non-binding and it doesn't have a defined budget. But those who have the political will, they have clear guidelines that they can use. These type of things are the ones that I think in the sense of government entities is a good example that can be highlighted, and it was made possible thanks to the framework committee of the UN has done a great framework work on gender. Thank you so much. I'm sure we're going to take a look at those guidelines. And last question, Nadia, based on the situation of Ukraine right now, a message from you about gender inclusion and apart from the defense of the environment and peace, the role that women must have in this political context, please. Marcia, how are you working with for the participation of women? I um, I organize the committee for gender topics. We are only a few members, but we have very good actions, and from those actions, we prove and show that there is a support among women leaders. We exchange ideas, but we have a joint work with other groups in society in order to have structured policies based in three axes: caregiving, justice, climate justice, and policies that involve empowerment in women. The project is financed by IFD with SEBRAE and the federal governments and the state governments. And that's how we were able to do a lot of things through the leadership of women, black women. We have agroecological vegetable gardens, and that made food safety available, and it was a big stimulus for women. In Recife, the mayor did an amazing job that proves that women are a lot more alert in climatic disasters. So, the death of women now in a climatic event are less because they take care of their own lives and also of their loved ones. We even had a training session for risk management, and that's how more women were able to understand and to know how to protect themselves from disaster.
In Argentina, 15% of women, only 15% of women involved in local governments. Only 15% of them are women that are involved in local governments. And Cordoba has made a difference in this sense. As Carolina said, we're really proud because in Cordoba, with the new administration, even though we've been with gender policies for 26 years, at the local government level, we've been able to double the number of mayors, I mean female mayors, because there was also a political decision to stop, these uh, sort of male dominance, and we've been able to have women play more active roles. Not only did we have this gender innovation, but also a generational innovation, because now we have very young governors that come up with new ideas. They're not afraid of challenges, and they speak about these issues that are so oftentimes uncomfortable. Finally, sorry for what's happening in your country. In Ukraine, it's, war hurts us all. We are grateful for you to be here. What's happening in Ukraine, in other countries that are engaged in wars, is part of the debate of uh, taking care of our environment. Human rights must be involved. The rights to have freedom to use our territories, and that our bodies, our humanity must be respected in all senses. So um, we pray, we sing for you, and we beg for peace uh, to have peace soon. Sandra, what was this mobilizing action that, because you've been sort of this warrior, something you'd like to share? Um, we, as the young generations, we want to live in a world, in a sustainable world. We perform wonderful actions. We perform this, what we call collective gardens and collective. So women meet to sow, to plant seeds. So we have all of, women, young women, older women. For us, this is a very important action. It's not only planting seeds, but it's a space where we can hug each other, we can support each other. If Carla, for example, comes in and she's a little depressed, this is the space, where she can feel supported. This is where we ask, Carla, how are you? What happened to you? Um, why is it you don't want to talk? So, and this also strengthens our own economies and the economies of our own homes. So we also perform other actions. For example, we manufacture bags with garments we don't wear. For example, one of the bags that I'm wearing here, we manufacture them. So actually, we want people to see that there are other options, and we also have an environmental agenda in place where we conduct activism. For example, we fight for water resources. We're always demonstrating so that these natural resources are safe again. And this is wonderful because we can see an increasing number of people joining. Many people see what we do, they feel motivated, and people start asking, they watch our videos, they want to learn about what we do. So we're having more and more young people joining our programs. We also have, for example, we have a radio show about plant medicine. So we tell a story of a young girl that interacts with plant medicine. So we share this with information. We have a radio station. We own all of the digital platforms. So we teach people, and we teach young people to feel safe, to speak up, to break from stereotypes, to not to be fearful to speak up, so they can feel in a safe place to act and make decisions. And of course, all of the young people here are invited to join us in this movement so that we continue participating in the decision making process. If I mean, we have to find a way to actually to be heard. I mean, to stand up for our rights. As Pope Francis said, we should, make a mess and get involved. You're promoting peace and you're helping us look after the planet and transforming communities. A warm round of applause to each of the panel members. So we can see that climate change can be fair, it can be feminist, and it can contribute to the well-being of everybody. Thank you. Thank you to the panel members on that discuss gender issues and climate change. And another warm round of applause, please. Thank you, Karina Basualdo, for uh, moderating this panel. We'll continue with the afternoon panels. There are many more panels, many more experts, and more experience to be shared. From minimal compliance to structural change, inclusive solutions for gender and climate change. This is the title of plenary section number 2. And the first panel will be moderated by GCOM Director Elise Saves. Let's welcome Elise. Welcome. Thank you. And good afternoon. I am honored to continue with this plenary session after listening to the different leaders, female leaders that focused on practical examples and practical cases, gender equality, and climate change. So we'll move on to discourse to action based on the inspiration we could have from this last panel that involves different stakeholders and political partners. Before welcoming the panel members, I'd like to give the floor to my colleague, Asma Gina, from the Global Secretariat that will be presenting, giving us some news that is being launched today in this event. The agreement is being shared with, it's providing a toolbox in order to work that focuses on this gender equality. It's a toolbox that we developed with a consulting firm that will be presented by Asma. Asma.
There you have the QR code. If you want access to this toolkit, um, for now it's only available in English, but we'll translate it into Spanish and Portuguese and French in the upcoming weeks. And it will be available in the website of the Global Pact. Thank you, Global Covenant. We're going to continue with more examples, practical examples of how this approach is carried out in several cities and townships. Would like to invite three people who represent and they will share with us their experiences. First, we'll call Fernando Losdelo from El Salvador town, Brazil. Where is Fernanda? Fernanda, are you there? Ah, here you are. Sorry about that. Welcome. We'll also like to call on, it's a very international panel, the mayor of Bandaja in Indonesia, Mayor Elisa. A big round of applause to them, please. Thank you. And finally, from Brazil, would like to invite Cira Falabella from Belo Horizonte. Welcome. So, we'll listen from these different experiences, two in Brazil, one in Indonesia, to know how they're dealing with these topics. Do you have a microphone? Yes. Let's start with Fernanda Dondelo. Thank you very much. From El Salvador, Bahia, the initiative of Women in Construction. Good morning, everyone here. I'm going to speak Portuguese, so I'm going to need interpretation. So, the Maria's program in construction started because of everything that we discussed here. It covers women mostly women that are victims of domestic violence or women that are socially vulnerable. Those women got trained through an international industrial system in Bahia to know how to learn on civil construction, which is usually a man's job. We defined the difficulties and the challenges, so they got together as a community and they supported one another and they reformed the territory. For instance, construction workers, electricians, in their own communities. That project started in 2019 as a pilot project. It's based on a strategic plan, and it was gradually implemented. At the beginning, we had 400 women. Now there are more than 1,000 women that got trained. We worked through mobile units in the community. We also picked up, after the pandemic, we started again and we started training them on other issues concerned more with climate change. So we adapted all the plans, all the subjects, so that we were able to use sustainable materials like trash, for instance, and we started new programs, new training programs. And now we have a lot of women who have been trained in green construction. We won 2 international awards with this project because of the results that we submitted, one in UNESCO in 2023 and another one in the Human Rights Forum in 2024 in Korea for a UN forum. These courses electrician, plumbers, painters, all of those training courses were planned for a vulnerable, socially vulnerable audience with very little instruction. And it is a way to insert women in society. So, what was our biggest challenge? I'll let you know what it was, but it was the insertion of women in the labor market. We started with 450 vacancy, and now we have a lot more. Last year, we had 2,250 vacancies. In Brazil, we are working in El Salvador. We have in engineering, we have 70% women, only 23.2% of women. There are places in which there is no locker room for women to change their clothes. So it was necessary to talk to the unions so that we could build those spaces for women. For instance, the entrepreneurial unions that came and helped and supported us and strengthened us. Here we have a project called MD Social. It's in the northeast of Brazil, and only last year it hired more than 30 women from this program that graduated from the Marias Da program. Well, thank you so much. Sorry. Sorry, let me go back. This is the video of the Marias program. I'm sorry, this is the wrong video. I'm sorry.
Bom, vai ter dois vídeos, eu vou tentar ser o mais breve possível enquanto eles.
The second video, the second project is Women Behind the Wheel. Transportation project. We are introducing women in the transportation system in different cities. They drive electric buses, and there is a huge investment within the city for these projects. So, Women Behind the Wheel has the same audience, women who suffered violence in communities where they um, start working, then they raise the with upward mobility. So these are the projects for equality in gender, and trying to introduce women in spaces where usually men are the predominant gender. Now we can repeat that the woman has the place that it wants to have. Thank you so much. Okay, we were just talking about how to train women and introduce women into those other tasks that were usually performed by men. This is a very specific example of the work Salvador is doing by integrating women in the community in these tasks, both in construction and in transportation. Let's move on now to the next speaker from Indonesia. We have Mayor of the city of Banda Aceh, who is here. She would speak English, talking about waste management. Los contenedores, una vez que se descargan, como no hubo una reestructuración, un par de mujeres... ¿No me escuchas? And to conclude this round, we'll go back to Brazil, but now to a different city. Here we have with us Acida Falabella. She's a city council um, um, the city in Brazil. Thank you so much, Cordoba. I'm very proud to be here with amazing women, very powerful women. I'd like to thank the organizing committee, the team, and all the women who are working here, and also the Auxida Institute that partnered in public policies and gender issues and political leadership. I come from a city from outside, from the outskirts, near the mountains, with lots of mining activity. So all the activity in the state is predatory. As you must know, we had a lot of disasters because it's an activity that does not respect human life. Now, about that, our city is surrounded by mountains, and we have a lot of climate issues. Climate emergency is very hard. Belo Horizonte is one of the cities that grew the most in Brazil. I usually say that my grandmother, who had asthma and she has difficulties to breathe, she went to Belo Horizonte to treat her asthma because the climate there was really good. Nowadays, we have 32, 37 degrees Celsius in the summer. So, since, as many women said, the climatic crisis, it's, these issues with climate change are not abstract, and it of course impacts on people's lives on every day. Women in all communities, especially African American women, they're always at the forefront in the fight and trying to see what kind of public policies they can adopt. I came here to talk about climate and protection. So I want to know if you have any idea. All people know what protection is. Without protection, climate protection, nothing would work. We are here because who can take care of our clothes, who can take care of ourselves. To get here, we had to leave everything ready at home so that we could fly and be here today. As a counselor in the city of Belo Horizonte, in an area of Brazil where we have the 37th position in women in parliament, number of women in parliament and ministries in the positions of power. We say positions of power because we need to have power. We need to have more women to make visible to the gender issues. And so the care policies must come from the families themselves, from inside the houses, and it must be understood as a need and a right of people. And that's why we must have the state for the care policies. In Belo Horizonte, many times they tell me that I am like an actress because I do all that work as if I were an actress or an influencer or somebody famous. Our culture is very vivid in Latin America, and we tend to recognize the sources of culture. So we are thinking about care, and it is my experience that in the legislative power, we have to continue with the executive power and society to build all that. Sometimes it is a process to achieve goals and outcomes. Belo Horizonte is the first capital that has, after lots of conversations and with the federal government guidelines from Lula as president, it is very important as the first city in Brazil that it has city policies for care. What does that mean? It is a very broad term, of course. So many policies existed in terms of health, social work, but having a policy means and to have an intersection in the politics to work with women's real lives. We need to take into account those needs. The solutions of these problems are not easy. And we also have the macro policies. Belo Horizonte has those policies. And one of the things that we need to advance on is that we have to expand the services and the processes involving in engaging all the ministries and secretariats. Now regulations consider an aspect that interacts a lot. Sandra talked about this. The first panel that was wonderful, they talked a lot about caregivers, and we call them caregiver territories, such as the township of Belo Horizonte. We call them caregivers in the community or community caregivers. What does that even mean? What does that have to do with climate? Well, it has everything to do with climate. Because we know that in the different territories, in the spaces where there is a mess, not in a bad sense, but it is a space where there are African Brazilian communities that live there, but they organize themselves in the form of communities. And Belo Horizonte has a lot of urban problems and issues. Art spaces, those are spaces that speak directly with nature, with the composting relationship with the sacred images. So where there are caregivers, women caregivers. They have women who defend the climate and the health of our planet. We see Earth as Mother Earth, not just the planet. So we, men and women, inhabit this Mother Earth, and we've inhabited it for many, many years. So we feel respect for it. Mother Earth is the one that gives us life, and without um, um, going too far, but we have a lot of social workers also, nursing homes, daycare centers. We have a lot of childcare centers. Each community has its own ecology that they preserve. So we need to talk about caregiver territories, societies that pay attention to these women who are caregivers. And they have a relationship with life and the environment that is completely different from the capitalist exploitation that causes death and pain in women and all the climate disasters. Women are usually the most affected ones, but they are also the ones that give the most solutions by taking care of the ill, building the campaign restaurants, washing people's clothes for those who had problems during the floods. So there is this debate about gender equality, climate. There is convergence that is absolutely necessary right now, because if we advance with macro policies, global policies that are large scales, the biggest advance, as we think, is when changing cultures. So that's the way we transform in the everyday lives, in the women policies, in the everyday lives. Again, in relations with the food, the agricultural ecology, respect for traditions. We need to be inspired, and we need to create caregiver policies that it's like a huge magnifying glass that sheds light on society. And for sure, climate is one of the main issues there. And women support climate. They in their communities they have popular restaurants or soup kitchens. They take care of kids in the daycare centers, but they also need to have their own free time. Can I show the images really quickly? Um,
Just some photos to show you some activities we did. This is the Carolinas Guard. There's there's a river nearby, and women clean the river banks. This is Quilombo Mazo. Mm, this is a hilly area. People preserve that area. This is Café da Sida. This is a coffee we make in our region. So people engage and can see what they do in their communities. This is the um, a group from Quebrada. This is Rabiola Cultural Institute that works with children, environment, and the Zero collective group that works with recycling and compost. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now Belén Jimenez and three other women will show their practical experiences. And with this, we're going to wrap up this session. Thank you, Elise. Thank you to all of the panel members. It's an honor to be here, and thank you for being there in the audience. This is going to be the last session today. We've been through different issues, mayors, international agencies, academia, and we'll wrap up with three experiences. One from Uruguay, the Ministry of Environment, and also an environmental association with, and also UN Women to discuss energy issues. So let me welcome the panel members. Laura Marrero from the Ministry of Environment from Uruguay. Laura, welcome. Ibel Diarte from Gran Chaco Foundation. And Anabel Aldas, coordinator of UN Women from Uruguay. I believe that this roundtable is going to be appropriate for the ending. This is the Southern Cone present here from local to regional. Before we move on to the questions, I'd like to share that since the beginning of this plenary session, I felt deeply inspired by all of the presenters. Something happens when I'm in these gender panels. It's that it's the only plenary session that can speak about human species. It is weird, other plenary sessions that deal with more technical issues or scientific issues rarely speak or use this expression. Women very quickly use this concept, and it's not by chance. And this makes me feel very enthusiastic. I have this sort of active hope. So, first of all, Laura Marrero, who's representing the Ministry of Environment from Uruguay, she will talk about the update of the gender program in Uruguay. Belen, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. It's been a long afternoon, but really nice, very interesting with all of the speakers and the presentations. Very inspiring, really. Briefly, I'd like to share our experience of gender integration in climate change in Uruguay. We decided to incorporate gender agendas or issues in a more systematic way. We developed a national strategy that aims at systematically and consistently integrating gender issues in climate change agendas. This is a commitment on behalf of the state. After that, we developed the first plan. We started that in 2020, and that extended up to 2024 in 2019. If we wanted to include gender in climate change, the environmental areas in the different local governments, they would say, I don't know what you're talking about. We do environment equality policies. That was the reality that we are aware of regarding our structure and institutional organizations where topics have never been integrated, historically speaking. So the first plan, the 2020-2024, had a very strong component that was to strengthen capabilities. If in local governments, national governments, some national governments, there was a split between this issue. So we had a technical approach. We devoted ourselves to performing, different diagnoses and surveys in the territory so as to be in a better position so that the second plan of gender and climate change can be more participatory. So the first plan had a more technical approach, but the second plan we wanted to be more participatory so that we could build with people, particularly women, this second plan of gender and climate change. And one of the issues that I wanted to mention through this presentation is the methodology. Because we talked a lot about, and we're conceptually familiar with different issues, different notions and concepts, consulting, research. But then when we want to build a plan, when we want to create a more participatory plan, it's not that simple. In cities and in countries such as ours, where we have very limited resources and we don't have many resources or human resources, but we need to perform very straightforward actions that provide results and outcomes that are consistent with the plan. And we used a methodology we developed from we worked with the environmental education team. We integrated the gender perspective in environmental education. Why? Because environmental education teams that have this popular educational approach, they are usually involved with the people, they know how to work with them. So we wanted to include a gender perspective. So we developed this methodology in across 4 regions. We summoned over 200 people. We contacted, Afro groups of sexual diversity, and so that to have very diverse meetings, because in diversity we can actually, I mean, it's so much better. And we were able to have 225 people involved, and we could see this is about. I mean, we also had the participation of universities, and the methodology proposed is based on affective memories. What are these? I mean, we considered a timeline of 30 years to identify the climate changes that impacted them the most in their lives. So we had a lot of women in these events, and we built, based on this timeline, a narrative, a story, an individual narrative where people could say, the drought of that year or this other event, and so it we were able to trace this collective memory based on the individual memory to be able to develop this collective memory. So we developed this narrative in the north. We see different events that impacted this northern area populations, and we can see how events increase and the intensity grows. So the closer we get to the current date, and so we asked them to get in touch with those memories. People didn't even speak about those situations anymore because they were traumatic events. So they were able to recover those memories. And so what happened with the impacts? Because I mean, did it impact us all the same way? And it's not easy to. I mean, we will work in groups to develop consensus in the group and to identify that impacts were not the same for everybody. And so this arises from the people that went through those events. For example, um, the impact on mental health in women, the because they had to actually support these terrible events, and then overall health, uh, financial losses, emergency of some gender um, violence. And so when we speak about gender, we had other issues come up. Also, immigrants, because we're getting a lot of immigrants from other countries, don't even speak about climate change. With the climate in Uruguay, we can't deal with, because we're facing, cold weather and impacts in our health. We are not able, we don't know how to deal with it. We're not aware of, we don't know where to go to when a cold wave comes in, when we have these respiratory diseases. If we didn't speak about this with them, then this would have stayed probably hiding. But and then of course the focus on people with disabilities and homeless people. So based on this, we had a second round, and we perform, these sort of workshops with post-its and today we have recommendations for a plan, a gender plan for climate change. For us, this was very important in the recommendations arising from these conversations. We wanted we wanted them to be actually materialized into actions. These are recommendations about governance and community participation, uh, networks and territories, um, economic empowerment, to promote cultural change for gender equality, to work on the utilities level. We need to work on infrastructure and utilities for them to be user friendly and accessible. And this is what the process looks like. We are in a second round, and based on the recommendations arising from the first round, we begin in the second round. We're going to go back to the territory to create new conversations, um, particularly with women. We're really happy with this methodology. We've seen that it's been very helpful, very efficient, which and also allows us to speak about participation, so that it's not just a simple slogan. Then, of course, we have the challenge of implementing it, but at least we have a plan that was built from with this data. Beautiful. You see how from on the basis of gender you can build these inspiring programs. Let me introduce a speaker that just arrived, Norma Cabiuno, who is responsible for Centro Verde Cooperative. Let's continue with the panel, and now with the new panel member, Gran Chaco Foundation, who will talk about um, entrepreneurs from Gran Chaco. I belong to the native community of Fortin Lavalle from Chaco, and I represent all of the women that have been working for a long time as a cooperative that has integrated over 2,500 women from the different native peoples from Salta, Jujuy, and Formosa provinces. And the Huichi Chaco communities, we're developing this beautiful project. We We've been working for a long time now, since we were children, since we were 9 years old. A native woman girl begins to work on this, in my case, just by looking at my grandmother and my mother, and we feel that our job has never been appreciated in the local market. So how we, as the younger generations, present ourselves, because we believe that those illiterate women that have fought in these territories, we must defend the rights of these women. As the previous speaker said, we're trained enough as to speak up. So all of the women that have been developing this project impacts a lot on climate change. Why? Because in Chaco, there's no information about this. Why? Because we're really far from the large communities where they're doing this, developing these projects. I am representing many women and elders that are developing these projects in their territories. I have a presentation as well, so if you can.
Bueno, me paro. Así que, bueno, este es el trabajo que venimos de...
So this is the project in the cooperative with over 2,500 women. And as I said before, due to lack of communication and financial support, every time we develop these projects, because we work in the territory, by showing that we do it, we can do it. This work is part of the wisdom of my mom and my grandmother. So this makes us strong, as this is the objective we have. We want to have more young people involved, and we want to have more participation in the decision-making tables, because we insist on the fact that we are also civilized, and the more we participate, the more we can prove that we have been developing these projects. Because even though society recognizes ourselves, but we want each of the women to be more represented and connected in order to face our situation, because needs are still there are many needs unmet. And since we were there before the Spanish people came to this beautiful country of Argentina. This is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Asociación. Vamos a continuar ahora con Anabel Aldaz, coordinadora de programas de ONU Mujeres en...
So now from Uruguay, UN Women. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity for this opportunity. I would like to share some things that are taking place. Some hard data, I mean, these are not centralized data, but what I'm about to share, even though it's local, it may be very similar in across Latin America. Thank you. Let me say something before I start. I'd like to thank all of the men that are present. You know, it's not, uh, I mean, it's really wonderful. Yes, they deserve an applause, really. We really appreciate, you know, that they're here sharing these talks. We have very few minutes. As we speak about sustainable change and sustainability, we can't do it without talking about energy transition. And fair energy transition implies considering women, considering gender issues. As regards energy in general and the energy sector, women face multiple barriers, particularly in the energy sector. And from Uruguay, we've been working on this issue. And this year, we put together a study to address the gaps that women face. It's a very recent study that confirms this, that women are underrepresented in the energy sector. In this QR code, you'll have access to the complete study. One of the things, one of the considerations shows that only 20% of the workforce in renewable energies is represented by women. Uruguay has, as the governor said, the almost 100% of the energy matrix is renewable, and you know, not having women participating is something that is a concern. Another concerning issue: only 11% of the women that work in energy sectors do it in decision-making positions. Women are mostly in administrative positions mainly. Where we see them the most are in soft skill positions. This study was possible as a result of RAVE. RAVE is a UN program that funds companies that want to join this energy transformation. RAVE, it does not grant better financing or loans, but it provides technical support to companies and technical support in two areas. On the one hand, environmental issues, on the other hand, gender issues. And this is where UN Women provide support to these companies to incorporate, to actually bring this gender issues in companies. Also bringing all of these issues in the financing sector. which were the barriers that were identified in this study? Mainly restrictions or barriers related to what we said this afternoon. Among them, occupational segregation, women that are mostly concentrated in administrative roles rather than in operating roles, and in this concept that is called pipelines or pipes with leaks, that is, women that have to drop their careers um, to address their responsibilities at home. The lack of role models, the lack of female models, which is also very important to have in this educational uh, programs, or so that people can actually believe that it's possible and it is feasible to be part of these decision-making sectors, um, and they can become strong. Some recommendations have to do with the training programs since early childhood, to try to bring in substantial changes to include gender perspectives so that more women are trained in these areas. Um, Also measures that can sort of bring a balance between um, family life and work life, like stop the clock, for example, programs. So when people uh, don't lose their rights when they have to take responsibilities at home. It's not about, I mean, we never spoke about punishing maternity, but we're very well aware of what that means. Financing, we'll speak about this tomorrow, I believe. And this is something that women don't have access to financing. Only 0.01% of the financing goes to women in the energy sector. So this requires, or this demands, immediate action in order to be able to have more exact measurements to manage the situation differently. I will pick one of the recommendations because I'm running out of time, and based on what was said before, I mean, what they're doing in so we need to find affirmative actions. I mean, we need affirmative actions, and the action plan, the gender action plan, is a great opportunity to include these affirmative actions that consider the issues in the sector. So this is the call for action to include um, this in the STEM areas. This is essential for sustainable growth. Wonderful data you share. Thank you very much. Finally, last but not least, Norma from the cooperative of Luján.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'm really thankful to be here and to be sharing all of the beautiful things that each woman has and that has spoken on this stage. Is the most gratifying thing, I can swear. I'm going to introduce myself. I'm president of the La Fortaleza de Mi Tierra cooperative in Luján de Cuyo, Mendoza. This cooperative started growing because of a huge problem that we had in Luján de Cuyo, where there was a huge slum with more than 750 families. And that slum was relocated And there was another huge issue. What was going to happen with all the cardboard collectors that lived in that slum? They were moving to a neighborhood where they had to change their work conditions, their labor conditions. In many cases, there were single women, home leaders. There were several conditions that were reflecting, and the local government had to take some actions. But those actions were jointly made with all the women, all the cardboard collectors in the city. I always say that we saw our dreams started to become a reality in 2021 when they give us the green center. That's where we started to see that even though all the cardboard collectors that went through different landfill spaces um, had a place to live, and we realized that the women were the most vulnerable group of all. I don't know why, as of 2021, most of the workers that have worked in the Green Center in this cooperative have been more than 70% have been women. I want to tell you that at some point we were 26 people, 7 men, and the rest all women. Nowadays, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of men because materials have become very cheap. So each person has decided to step out of the cooperative. Now we are only 8. We are only 20. Only 8 are women. We have a truck that, thanks to the city hall that is always supporting us and helping us, they gave us a truck, and this guy drives the truck, but I was uncertain on how were we going to manage if we didn't have a man. Were we able to do everything that that guy did? Nowadays, they use the press, for instance. I learned how to drive the forklift, and for me, it's a lot because that group of women that stayed in the cooperative, we can do absolutely everything. Absolutely everything. The city of Luján de Cuyo lends us a truck with 2 women who go around going by the schools, bringing the recyclables, and go to all the wineries in Luján de Cuyo. I hope you get to visit the province of Mendoza, and more specifically Luján de Cuyo. I invite you to visit La Fortaleza de mi Tierra. It's going to be a pleasure to have you, and you will be able to see that all of this is new. We've been in this green center for 4 years, and the most beautiful thing that could have happened, a lot of people came, they know us. Last year we celebrated Children's Day. It was very late. On September 21st, that's when we celebrated Children's Day. The reason was that this group of women didn't have the money to organize Children's Day celebrations. So I thought, okay, maybe it was just my home that we didn't have money to celebrate Children's Day. But when I talked to the other co-workers, the reality was just the same everywhere else. Thank God all the companies right now are highly committed and engaged with the cooperative, with the work that these cardboard collectors do in that green center. And they all helped us to celebrate. Even though we celebrated very late, imagine September 21st celebrating Children's Day. It was great for me because I found that there was a lot of social engagement. The cooperative has been able to provide in these 4 years lots of help. We had issues with some of the coworkers that had suffered addictions, others that had to work, but they had a high-risk pregnancy. We have coworkers that have young children, but they have to go take the kids to school, come back to work, and then the cooperative is always there to help them and assist them. I am always saying that we as women, we always try to help one another. We are such a large community that we are always trying to see how we can help one another. So, no offense, the male gender, but sometimes it's hard to make it. We usually say in our cooperative, because we're all women and we're always together, we think why women have more situations than men. Men leaves the house, goes to work, bring the money home, and women now go out of a house, go to work, come back home very tired. They have to clean, cook. If the kids have homework to do, they help them. And in my case, I am the president of the cooperative. I have my friend Jessica who helps, but we're always thinking about how to help each one of those women. Today, one of the girls didn't come to work, and for us, that indicates that there was an issue with her. I have no time, but we are always trying to help all of our coworkers. And sometimes men, we don't have a lot of men in the cooperative these days, but they don't tell us what happens to them. We have built this circle of women, which is a very beautiful circle. And let me tell you, we have all the women in the group have meetings, and they're beautiful meetings. I have my mother, who is 60 years old. She works in the cooperative in La Fortaleza de mi Tierra, and I'm sorry I get emotional, but my mom cannot read or write. She worked in a landfill space her whole life, and by being there, even though she's very old, I wish she didn't have to work in a cooperative like this. I would want for her to be home. But sometimes I think that that woman, even if she were not my mom, that woman, where would she get a job at the age of 60? And no offense, but she is illiterate, so we think that the cooperative does a lot more. We can help one another to prove to a lot of people that they think that women are only made to be home taking care of the kids. No, women, I think, are raising their voices more and more. And I have a lot more things to do, but I don't have time. So thank you for listening to me. And I hope that one day you can go to Mendoza to see our cooperative. Thank you, Norma. We know where to go when we go to Luján del Cuyo. Okay, we are closing this plenary session. We hope from the mayor's covenant, that it was an inspirational session, that you take home some messages, and that you can replicate some of those things. And I'd like to mention that we are not finishing. We are now going to have a very interesting session, which is about the IPCC, a very important methodology to measure the impact of climate policies. So stay, drink some water, and then continue here in the Mayor's Covenants session. Thank you for telling us about those sessions. Please, a picture, please. And now we'll close this afternoon with the next panel. lots of ideas and actions and specific actions that we will still have in this scenario. We are focusing on gender equality and climate change, and tomorrow there will be a lot more. But let's take a minute to invite the next panel. It has to do with the IPCC. It's a report for cities at the GCOM. Carolina Basualdo, mayor of Despeñaderos, who was here before. We invite you to come up to the stage again, please. This panel will be moderated by Benjamin Jans, Elkin Velázquez, ONU Habitat, Jan Delgado from the Mexico Autonomous University. He's the lead author of this report. Liliana Raquel Miranda Sara from Peru. Clara Maria Vineberri from the Scientific Committee, and this international conference and Latin American engagement. And we receive the moderators. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I think this session is really worth it. I know it's the last session of today, but I want to thank you on behalf of the Mayor's Covenant for this opportunity to share perspectives in this IPCC. It's about multi-level governance and climate finance and many other aspects in our cities. But before anything else, we'll share some welcome words from Mariela Marquisio, Vice Dean of the National University of Córdoba. Mariela, please. Sorry, since I was not named, I thought I was not in the panel. Hello, welcome to Córdoba, the literate one. First of all, I'm very thankful in the name of all the universities for allowing us to be part of this huge event that we celebrate on an issue that is particularly interesting. And it's very important for the universities because in a way we feel responsible for what we transmit to the universities. All of our professionals did what at the end of the day was the planetary, and many of the crises that we have right now have to do with the ways in which we were taught to live in this planet as a species and as professionals and as subjects. Therefore, for the past years, we've decided to think differently. And in order to make it differently, we have to risk ourselves into applying different practices. In the National University, we have the most open campus. We've practiced the 15-minute cities for a very long time because our campus is right next to the city. In order to break that structure, we had to inject innovation and to apply new practices like popular universities, the local communities and the work we do with them, and new practices that required in the future, not that far from now, to rehearse many other cross-sectional structures. We cannot have disconnected structures. We need to have other ways to measure results in our research, in our work. And that's why we are very interested in participating in this event. We learned so much from everything we learn. And as universities, I hope we can interact a lot more here at the National University. We're ready for this to happen. And we know that we need to do things differently without any fear. It's an amazing challenge, and we know that we're going to achieve the change that we are aiming at achieving. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you, Mariela. Thank you for your time, and thank you for sharing the reason why we're here. We have the opportunity to partner, cultivate partnerships, not only among the cities, but among sectors that live in the city, academia, so civil society. Before anything else, I'd like to open this session with my new friend, Elki Velasquez. He's a regional representative of the IPCC. Let's share about GCOM, the alliance of more than 13,000 cities and local communities around the world, and the Habitat mission. We're here at this time because what these three great people are going to present is very important for the researchers around the world, at least for the cities and for the world. On a personal note, I'm very pleased to share this conversation with Vincent because we have almost like a marriage, more than a partnership, between the global mayors, the GCOM, the Global Covenant of Mayors, GCOM, and Habitat, in different spectrums. All of those spectrums focused on contributing to the topics of cities and climate change. More particularly, we have the Innovate for Cities project, and it's not just our two entities, but a huge number of academic entities, social, civil society, and with the goal of thinking about the following. I think that the dialogue on the needs that we have on climate change, we have many great ideas. I think we've shortened a lot of the goals. And I think we can recognize that there are very good pilot projects about actions that we think, okay, what was done here can go in scale, and there's still a lot to be done in terms of climate change. And what that says is simple. We need more action. You've heard before that the presidents of COP30 in Brazil said, we are going to depart from what was agreed. There are many agreements already. I think that we have lots of opportunities to strengthen those consultations with the civil society, the academia, and the different actors and sectors that are very interested in the climate change. But we think that the board of the COP30, it's time to bring all those things into action, more implementation, and it is in this group, in this work group, and in this alliance, we know that we need a catalyst, something to base it on data, and that has been the goal of this partnership between GCOM and Habitat, catalytic actions. Also with the idea and the dream to reinforce alliances that are already there. There are many partnerships, yes, but we need more. The redundancy is one of the components of resilience. And we used to criticize, but resilience is positive. We need more alliances, more coalitions for a systemic transformation. In 2018, the Innovate for Cities allowed us to move forward into that process. And then it started consolidating, and it It's now much more robust, focused on specific goals. The last version we had it in Montreal, the last edition, sorry, and there we had 2,000 leaders globally, people from all the different industries, because that this is not just the hard work of the universities. This also happens in civil society, private groups, sometimes even the public entities, the executive entities that make decisions and implement all this. But our guides are the scholars, and in the matter of climate change and cities focused on innovation, we were very happy to have that Innovate for Cities. Leah is now on maternity leave. That's why I'm here now, finishing this process as regional director of on UN Habitat. And that's where the GRIA, the Global Research Agenda, to contribute in a great number of entry levels. And I saw that 160 gaps of knowledge were identified, more than 150 actions, priority actions, were also detailed. Some people felt overwhelmed because we still have a lot to discover. I remember correctly that one of the topics that is a topic that is very dynamic today in Latin America and the Caribbean is comprehensive solid waste management. That was one of the treaties. And we mentioned the importance of thinking about it from a wide perspective, from a connection with the logic of the communities. Remember that in this part of the world, when it comes to recycling, we have a social part that is key for the solid waste management. I remember what's being done in Mexico, in Colombia. They talked about what is being done here in Cuba, but they're in perfect symbiosis with the technological evolution. I heard someone say that part of the inefficiencies in the comprehensive solid waste management has to do with the dynamic, so to speak, of the problem that it evolves, and technology individually evolves, and in the ways of contracting do not evolve. We have contracts that are 20 years old and they get stagnant when this sector really needs a lot of adaptation and innovation. And all that with the perspective, the digital perspective. Between GCOM and UN Habitat and the Innovate for Cities, we want to adhere to the IPCC, and I want to reinforce the neutral position that researchers have. In this case, for this special report on cities and climate change, and researchers, apart from resourcing to research and the formal sources of information, they have a lot of gray literature. I don't know whether that's good or bad, but in LATAM and the Caribbean, as you know, there is a lot. So from our organizations, with all the allies, we are a source of information, and anything you need, as we say in Brazil, sofala, knock the door. That's what it means. Because I have the feeling that since we are in Latin America and the Caribbean, sometimes there are imbalances in terms of the examples. there are many more examples from other regions and from our own region. And what I'd like to say about that is that we still have the challenge in escalating solutions. We have a lot of pilot projects in the city, in the region, and many of them are well recognized. But let's try to have more projects. My colleague Vincent and I will continue working on this. We are in front of a very huge opportunity and a challenge. We're going to be very alert to see how this process advances. We'll see what COP30 has to say. I look forward to seeing you all. We will have the World Urban Forum, and that's a very beautiful space in March 2026. It's not going to be open, but if you want to talk to 20,000 people devoted to urban matters, El Baku Azerbaijan in March 2026 awaits. And with my LATAM passport, I feel thrilled, privileged to be here. I hope you can come and you can evaluate the challenges. It will be a roadmap for the work we do for the GCOM. I'm convinced by all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is like a married couple. What one says, the other one thinks as well. You said that Innovate for Cities is our initiative. You recognize that no person or organization, however rich, can solve all the issues of climate change. We are here because it's a process. This special report of the BCC, it's a report that advances in knowledge and at city level and practical levels. How can we share the opportunities, the challenges at local level, and how can we include it in processes like their special report and in other reports? On this note, I'd like to give the floor to Giancarlos Delgado Ramos. He is a leader and coordinator of Chapter 2 of the special report, to tell us a little bit more about what this report is and why is it so special. Thank you, Ben. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to connect to what was said before. This report, which is a special report, they're the short reports of the IPCC. They're short in terms of length. It's a 2-year cycle. It's going to be issued in 2027, and that first report in the IPCC that has for the first time more women than men. And the gender issue, to connect with the previous panels, it's been a challenge in the IPCC. The RE1 in the first cycle, it had a 2% women authors, and now we have the third part, 1/3 in the R6. Now we'll start the new cycle, which this special report is a part of, and it has 2 other characteristics. It's the first report by the IPCC that is addressing local government. Usually, the previous reports, the main interlocutor were the national governments and somehow the subnational governments. That implies that this is a challenge for the writers of this report. And the other component is that it's going to be the first publication to be issued before the global balance. And that's one of the main characteristics that this report has in its link with the political arena. Something that happened in this cycle has to do with this antecedent, when the RE5, the fifth report, which was the first one by the IPCC that had a specific chapter devoted to mitigation, it was before in an industry chapter, but this meant that we recognize cities as a space, a frontier for the climate change issue. Once the RE5 ends, we negotiate for a special report. The one that we are developing now, there was a lot of pressure for the 1.5 degrees, and the universities wanted to see what were the solutions to achieve the goals, and we transfer that to have a fifth and sixth cycle, and the end of the sixth cycle and the beginning of the seventh cycle. In that negotiation, we came up with this idea to have the Edmonton meeting. That idea was negotiated in 2016. In 2017, sorry, we called for participants, and a scientific committee that worked as an advisor went to Edmonton, and from then on we had the global agenda for actions towards climate change. And this agenda aimed at preparing the writing of this report to develop the sciences and to bridge the gaps, the knowledge gaps about climate change, so that we could get a lot of scientific material to discuss. The reason why I mention all that is because this research agenda developed since 2018, that it started becoming a reality. It started collecting a lot of research material, and this agenda that evolved, and it has its new version in Montreal, has been in the conversations of the IPCC, because those who were in Edmonton were also participating in this climate change, but also because the network of cities and several divisions of the United Nations that have this expertise and this knowledge, it's been very important in the agenda of research. And the Special Cities Report is reflecting, or tries to reflect, all of these accounts since Edmonton up to this report. That is the biggest relevance. You can look for that in internet. There are only 5 chapters, the one that make this report. And one of the key characteristics is that it's focused on solutions. I leave it at that, and I'll give more time to the others. Thank you. Before we continue with our panelists, let's go back to the slides that we have. There is a small project that we are developing in GCOM and UN Habitat. I've already said that this process is a knowledge process. And we have the job as GCOM, and like most of the local organizations here in Latin America, but all around the world, to identify this knowledge. What are the other reports that exist in other parts of the world, in other languages, not just in English or Spanish or French, but in all of them? And how can we share that from a place towards other researchers in the future, and also to the practice that can do practical applications for climate change? We also have a collaboration with the Melbourne University in Australia to build a city climate knowledge center. And some of the functionality criteria. We have to fill metaphorical pillars with knowledge in this global agenda. We have to admit that Jean, he is the sponsor of this GRAA since 2018. He was a visionary, I must say, of this agenda. And the outlook is to have an interface, a search interface of building janitors, where we can put all the knowledge and to organize knowledge according to the place and the cross-sectional versions of this agenda. We also have a timeline that can be seen in this slide. Today we're sharing this vision. We are developing since today. We're seeking to connect the literature, the academia, at the gray literature level or at the practical level. And then we're going to fill this database not only with the cities, but with lead authors, but with everything, with everyone, so that the next June we can officially move forward on this center, this knowledge center. And we hope that the knowledge that is in this room today can share, and with the world, with your communities, the knowledge that we have, so that you can share and help this report. Let's move on now with our panel. I have the honor to invite to Nicolas Cuesta, the mayor of San Justo. And if the mayor of Carballo is here, I'd like to invite her too. Is she here? Welcome. So let's start with the questions that we have. The first question: what are the topics, the key topics, that we must explore to guarantee a significant debate that is focused on action? And in particular, what priorities in the agenda must we highlight to guide our conversations and its results? Mayor, we're going to start with you. No pressure. No problem. First off, good afternoon. Thanks for the organization. To those who stayed until this late, I'll introduce the mayor, and then that's how we warm up. Very interesting topic. In fact, we've been working with the local government on this for many, many months. Some people call me the crazy SDGs man. And I try to explain these international programs to everyone and to apply them in the local administration, those who are in the form of covenant, the covenant form of mayors. She is, her hand was really cold to check climate change. The important thing here is when we take this seriously, what these studios mean for the actual management, when from the beginning you begin with the management. In this case, they were the SDGs, but those who have climate agendas for a very long time, we've been working on this for the last 10 years, continuously reporting. It is pretty easy what the answer is. We should focus research, and I think it's more and more specific. In fact, renewable energies apply, AI applies. We have to continue in local governments to think about circular economy, the work with recyclables, and we still have to adhere, even in Argentina, we have to instruct. We don't know whether we have to understand if the effect is correct. We separate origin in a random way, and voluntarily we reached a very high level, and when they don't collect, they give you a ticket, and that allows us to work as a cooperative. The more we separate, the more we live. When we think about actions, we think about the action plans: waste, light, sustainable mobility. Nowadays, advancing on mobility, electric mobility, planting trees, forestry, and measuring that is very important. So I think that the answer to that is specific. We have to foster so that local governments participate more, and national entities have to value the cities, and then they have to contribute with more quality to those who achieve the goals. Thank you, Mayor. Welcome, Mayor of Abatituba, for being here with us. We'll continue now with this question, Liliana. We know we don't have the slides that you had for the previous session right now, but those priorities, are they the same in your opinion or not? Of course they are. I can't say no, right? But I wanted to say a few things about the local plans for climate action. These respond to an opportunity. Global urbanization is an opportunity to speed up transition for a more fair, sustainable climate action by generating innovation and investment. I'm quoting the sixth report of the IPCC, the sixth cycle or edition. Something else that we concluded as part of the systematization of the publications, scientific publications that the IPCC makes, is that the local authorities may advance faster, even faster than national governments, while implementing that resilient climate plan to avoid global warming to 1.5 degrees. It is true, we surpassed the 1.5 last year, but one thing is time and the other thing is the weather. The climate and the weather. The climatologists analyze the climate, and the weather is what happens today. It's like what we feel in our hands. The climate is an average of the last 30 years. Then we could have surpassed 1.5 last year, but we can be now at 1.6. But it's true that we still need 20 years more to say whether we are there and we're going to the 2 degrees. We need to know that next year we will be at 1.5 or 1.6. And as years go by, we will have to work on that. The Paris Agreement is still in place. With the local authorities, we can come to a climatic action that is effective, that focuses on equality with inclusion, with climate justice, that strengthens governance at all levels, national level, province level, and state level, with participation from the different stakeholders, with money to implement everything that they propose in those plans, and that have not only enough money but adequate financing that does not put you in debt for the next 2 decades, with political engagement. And I see that here with consensus. That's how we are going to have a reduction of emissions. However, there is always a however, climate change is going faster than expected. This report came out in 2022. We were making projections for 2040, 2050, and they're happening before we predicted. Cities are complex systems that were built in hundreds of years. We built them 300 years, in 300 years, or 400 or 700 even. And climate is changing much faster than cities can adapt and change to respond to those new circumstances that we are facing. For instance, where it's cold, it's much colder now. Where there was rain, now there are heavy rainfall. Where there was drought, there are much prolonged droughts. So how do we adapt cities that already exist with fixed structures built in hundreds and hundreds of years to these changing climates that change also so fast? We don't have enough speed. And that is something that this sixth report tells us. Climate is changing faster than we can manage it. And the rhythm and the scalability of climate action is not enough right now to approach the challenges of the crisis. So imagine what's going to happen in 10 years from now. The next 40 years, we're going to have a very hard time, all of us. And we're only going to survive those who are capable of adapting. Even starting now, because if we don't adapt from now on to survive those next 40 years, we will have a hard time. And then local climate action, is now, because we are closing a small window of opportunity that is going to close quickly to achieve climatic resilience and to guarantee a world that is habitable. I'm not being alarmist. I'm quoting the report. The science is clear. The report is giving us solutions. It's giving solutions to the world, and we have to use these solutions. And with the Special Cities report in Chapter 3, as it states there, in order to overcome climatic anxiety, I wanted to be in the chapter of actions and solutions because we need hope. We need ideas and possibilities of hope. The future is clear and it's threatening, but there is hope, and that hope requires collective actions for life, and it starts in the cities. Thank you, Liliana, for sharing that. What you said is very important. Science has told us that climate action is enough. It's a call to action that we have to respond. Today's session focused on gender and inclusion, but we're going to go back to this. The next question is, what are some blank spaces and how the indigenous local how can the IPCC capture the indigenous knowledge and place it as key? Let's begin with you, Clara. In your perspective, what is that? Well, thanks, first of all, for the invitation to the the mayor's covenant. And to answer to these questions, I can make a general reflection. At the beginning of this report on climate change started very soon. Even though I am a lawyer by training, I work with plural and indigenous communities and other professionals in anthropology. And we had the ICBETS and Nexus reports. That gives me the possibility to be in the indigenous communities, to value. We need to value and recognize different traditions and cosmovisions of the indigenous communities. But I want to highlight the importance of bridging the gaps. It's a slow process to introduce all those elements that we need, but the important thing is inclusion and the support of the different international organizations of many countries, so that when the community participants pile on, we can show that it's a bridge between the academia, public policies, communities, NGOs, all the social stakeholders that are relevant to contribute with an inclusive focus on climate and cities. And I think that that's being done successfully. Of course, there are many challenges, not to call them issues or problems. And we face those when we work on the literature, gray literature. How do we manage when we find useful or valuable sources that we cannot quote, or it's hard to quote them, or we cannot access the information, or we have language barriers? There are many experiences that we face, and we always think, how can you cooperate to work on these things? And another specific topic that maybe it was mentioned at the beginning, it has to do with the geographic representation. That's complex if the participation or the access of all the regions around the world, all these social stakeholders that are so important. And in the future, one of the challenges, one of the matters in which you can contribute and help is to have to tend to have a different education, not only introducing environmental topics, but also intercultural matters. And those matters are scarce in these countries, and we can tend to doing that, to validate or consider as complementary events. I think that we will continue to learn, and we will continue to comprehensively integrate. And I hope in the next report that we still have to write, we have less than 2 years, we can achieve that. And I, as a matter of fact, I know that there are some representatives that say that we need disciplines, interdisciplinary cooperation. The hard sciences are important. Sometimes we don't pay attention to them, but in order to work as complementary information, we need to listen to them. And that is very important. The idea is to continue working all together to achieve a good report that includes this topic that is cross-sectional. We're going to work together as we worked in other reports to unify criteria so that all aspects can be introduced. Thank you. just to add to what she said, there is a special report that was just published yesterday, and there is it's being shared together with John Habitat, Penuma. Part of the conversation will be the experience of Penuma to introduce it there. One of the biggest challenges is that much of this knowledge is oral. It's not in the literature. So how do we rescue that without falling in the extractivism that make the demand of these communities? Thank you, Jen. I'm going to give the floor to our mayor from the city in Brazil. What do you think about the conversations of the integration of knowledge of the communities in Abatitua? Because you have a city that has an indigenous community. What are the most important aspects for you? What are the most useful ones from the perspective of the special report? Good evening to all of you here. It is a great honor to participate in this event. I'm going to talk to you about the place where I come from so that you understand. I am the mayor of Imbi Tupira in the state of Pará in the Amazon. 3 cities. Has 3 characteristics. We are urban, and I need to talk about that. Every time we go from the Amazon, we think about the forest, but 70% of the population in the Amazons lives in the city. Then there are the great challenges of the cities. We're urban, and we live by the river. We have 70 islands where people who need to work and live, have access to education and culture, must be served. We are in a rural area. Our roads are really precarious. A lot of rural areas that survived slavery. We don't have indigenous populations. So I think that up to now, we only talk about the Amazon, and in few opportunities do we have anyone talk about traditional cities. Those are the ones that defend climate, who have been fighting to make the planet greener. And scientists take advantage of that experience. It's important to listen to the Aboriginal communities. They need a space to speak. They have no way to express themselves. So unless we change our prejudiced vision, we feel that we are the owners of knowledge, then we will have little possibilities to change. And the report needs to show that and understand that. There are challenges in the communication. If we don't speak English, it seems like you are outside the universe. We have difficulties. Brazil is a country with continental dimensions, and we have to deal with our own academic narcissism. Where do all this come from? The ones who live in that region develop a doctoral problem on mental health, and in Brazil, there are no guidelines for mental health in populations by the river. So they have deep knowledge, and that knowledge must be respected, and they must guarantee their knowledge. Thank you so much. There are so many connections with IBDES in this context and in the Amazon region. One last question. We have as a challenge in some cities the circular economy and waste management. Can you give us your perspective, Jan? Anything that you want to mention in the special report or the global agenda? Perhaps this is, as a researcher at the university, I like to talk about 7 points that I think are key in the climate scale. One is urban planning. We heard about proximity, land use, everything that has to do with zoning, the mixed use, the construction codes that are in place. All this is important because it helps. For instance, in terms of zoning and mixed use of land, that says a lot about the efficient use of the land. In the case of the construction codes, for instance, it is linked to population density. If they're highly populated areas, we may have a stronger impact when there are natural disasters. In Mexico, Hurricane Otis, for instance, with construction practices that were not adapted for that region, it became very vulnerable with the hurricane that went from category 3 to category 7 in just a few hours. That's weird, but it's not weird anymore. It's these hurricanes, these phenomena are escalating fast. Resources are linked to 3 strategies. One, reduction of unnecessary consumption of resources. Second, the efficient use of those resources. And third, the closing of the energy and material, in other words, circularity. Those are huge challenges. Essentially, they're linked to the need of metrics, very much also linked to methodology of flow charts, as lifespan, different scales for the indication for indicators, and I think it's a great opportunity now for the negotiation of the international agreement of plastic pollution, because part of the great solutions that we can visualize for these problems go through circularity schemes in terms of plastics, and that's a huge challenge, but it's also going to be a huge learning. The outcomes will be very similar for other sectors. The third point has to do with the systemic approximation to the urban scale solutions. To continue working in locally is not enough. There are so many benefits in the cooperation, and this has been already approached in other reports, at least the last two, the R5 and R6. Another point has to do with governance, financing, construction of capacity for both things at local level. I think that in our region, we are still in the learning curve with the local scale use, and we have to reduce resources and manage resources. Another point has to do with the culture of assessment. We're not used to assessment from a young age. We don't like to be assessed, to be evaluated, but we shouldn't see them as tests, but to see them as science that is taking a look at how we do things so that we can improve the decision-making processes. So there is a learning approach to generate information and data. And the last point, among many others, that is important is the climate culture. We need to push the transformative climate culture through education, training, and it has to be critical from the beginning. Part of the urgency we have to have um, um, to assess scenarios that are more and more complex. And the last iterations that were published in a journal tell us that in the next decade, that's the window of opportunity that we have to act. We should not only take the opportunities that are the easiest, but the ones with the biggest transformations, because even when we do them after 10 years, the effect that they will have will be minimum. That's why there is an urgency and a need to do that. Thank you. There are so many urgencies, as you said. Mayor Cuesta, will go back to you. From the point of view of the Forum of Cities in Latin America for the GCOM, waste, circular economy are priorities. They're always priorities. What are you looking for in this report, this special report? Do you have other reports that can help you in terms of progress and individual actions? I think that looking at sustainability of the climate programs is key. Of course, the external resource is what we're always waiting for, but we have to make it sustainable either before or after that resource. Circular economy, measuring it is going to be their pathway so that these cooperatives find a variable to trade what they recover with an actual cost. In Argentina, what's happening is that waste are worth a lot less due to import, different circumstances, where we feel that this cooperative, for instance, they're going back to that need that we support them financially from the city. And at the beginning we did it, but we were able to get dignity and independence for those people, economic independence. They're mostly women who got a lot more than stabilizing their economy, and that happens because we rely on international funding. Circularity pushes you in that direction. We now have finished a study that we need funding for, but it's the relationship between the waste recovery and social housing. We've built already prototypes with PET bricks. Having the business in the city, that's a demand for social houses, and with this self-construction, we are achieving it. We have advanced, but not that much. These are people, women, who build bricks. They have paid their own land through a compensation plan. And now we are, and that's why circularity is sustainable, but it's very difficult. We are now buying a stressor. We were thinking about getting it in a different way, but there is no time. Mayors need everything now, so we are advancing on a plastic wood stressor. I'm an architect, that's why I love this, but all the frames, it's like a steel frame but in plastic, and I see that there is something very visible to measure. Our program had to do with measuring all this, because I can do a lot of beautiful things, but to get to a component and a matrix that can define how much waste of each type we generate, and we can separate in each city, how much is the cost of this waste. And what's the added value that we have when we circulate it, then that's a different level. So the cities are not alone, we are regions. And for instance, in the case of San Justo, we're an intermediate city, but small for the world with 30,000 inhabitants. We have an impact area of 200,000 people, and we have to make it work so that there is a waste management plan for circular economy. And it needs to be a state policy and to replicate it in similar places in Latin America. Thank you, Mayor, for sharing. And yes, very good. A big round of applause. There's lots of progress. I can see that. And if you want to learn more about it, we have a marketplace of Innovate for Cities where we will have more than 10 cities that will present like a pitch, a 5-minute pitch, which is a challenge, and to look for different ways of cooperation. They told us about the importance of the COP processes, for instance, to find ways to cooperate, opportunities as well for progress. And in this context, an important aspect in these days is climate justice and damage and loss. I know this is your passion, Dana. You're an expert too.
Esta parte. ¿Qué, ¿qué piensa usted de la oportunidad?
What do you think about the possibility of collecting the evidence about climate justice? Especially for the southern countries where we have very few greenhouse gases. In Peru, we issue 1.5% of all the greenhouse gases in the planet, but we suffer desertification, droughts, and in this climate change scenario, we won't be able to have rainfall. And when they say in this sixth report of the risk assessment for droughts, which is one of the most severe ones for all the provinces in the south, the situation is one that we can say, well, with 1.5 degrees, we can start suffering. With 2 degrees, you can see an interactive map where you see all the Amazon region in brown. And when we reach 4, which is by 2100, it's like Tarzan going from one branch to another, and there is all the cascades. How do you envision Africa now? Like a savanna. They have no water. So the savanization of the Amazon is something that is going to happen, and we can't go back. And we cannot go back in the loss of glaciers. That's what we call losses. We're not going to have them in 200, 300 years. So it will be the end. And also the increase of the rising of the sea level at 35 units. It grew 35 centimeters, and we think that it's going to grow by 1 or 2 meters by 2100. But according to this space, it could grow even more. So the other day we were looking at the map of the Malvinas Island, and I thought, okay, those islands are going to be underwater. One of that was between Nepal and India disappeared already, and they were fighting over it. Acapulco is feeling the heat of the waves in the base of their buildings. So we are anticipating limiting situations that are not that severe, but that are growing faster, who compensates for those losses? Who gives us compensation for those type of losses when we simply haven't done anything to issue those greenhouse gases that are heating up the planet the way they are? And one of the largest uh, countries that issues, they went out of the UN and they abandoned the Paris Agreement. They don't take on the responsibility. They denied climate change, and they risk everyone without any compensation. What's even worse, they promote the use of fossil fuels. So the agreement of forbidding fossil fuels that was in one of the COPs has to be complied with. The the agreement that there has to be compensation for these communities, if you think about the coastlines and if you're thinking about the immediate regions, but what's going to happen with the farmers in the uh, Peruvian Andes when there is no rain? They suffer a lot. They're going to migrate, and what are they going to do? What are they going to live on? We're going to know what the climate refugees are, and those changes are starting to happen. The drought that we had in the Peruvian Amazon, or the wildfires that happened at the beginning of this year, have been huge. All the potato harvest was lost in Cusco. The San Lorenzo River that we share with Ecuador has no more water, and we lost all the rice harvest, 100% of it, and a great part of the mango production and of other exports, smaller exports. In Puno, 60% of the potato harvests were lost, and that means starvation for those people. Who compensates them, and how do we compensate as a country? That type of thing is what come up of losses and changes that can make us strong to contain the negative impact of these changes. So let me tell you that this is not a joke. We have to adapt now as soon as possible. We have to assess every climatic danger and to do as much as we can so that we don't abandon everything and to have abandoned territories and lose them. We are going to be happy with what happened, or are we going to look for compensation so that we have plans that respond to those systematic challenges of each one of the protected locations and the most vulnerable people? Thank you, Liliana. There is a lot more that we have to learn in this context. Mayor, we always say that the Amazon allows us to breathe, and that at the same time, there are many negative impacts in the Amazon and in communities such as this one. What do you think about this aspect of the report, or the conversations about justice and about damage and the loss? And how can we integrate evidence at local level? I think that it's very important point. We have to support local governments that are in the cities. I always say that nobody lives in the national government or in the provinces. People live in cities, and that's where they look for the solutions to their problems. So that there is climate justice, we need to have the participation of all of us. In the past, there was a discussion on gender issues. There will never be justice if, in fact, there is no participation of both men and women, young women, people, the elderly, so that everyone can talk and raise their voices. We know that nowadays the most affected people are women and children. When there are floods or droughts, it is women and children the ones who suffer the most. But we are still the smallest groups when it comes to participation. So that's something that we need to change. We need to move forward. We live in the Amazon and we face many problems because, as I said before, 70% of the population live in the cities, and that seems like a contradiction. But we live around rivers, but great part of the population have no access to drinking water, and that is a serious issue. Many people say we have lots of resources available, but we wonder why these resources don't reach people. And the answer is that these resources are addressed to the federal government. That's the way it is in Brazil. Most of the countries work that way. A great part of the economy, tax economy for the federal government and for the city governments have a small part of those resources. Many cities, especially the smallest ones, have more difficulties. And that's why it's important that these topics are considered. The COP30 is going to happen in Berlin, and for the first time, Amazon region will be represented and will be part of the discussion. And the discussion that people have is, will there be a hotel in Bethlehem to host all those people? Why Bethlehem? Because we're going to talk about the Amazon. And what a better place to do it than there. No one is going to think about hotels in the COP. Think people people want to understand climatic issues. For a very long time, people say the Amazon is the lung of the world. It's not a correct expression. We hope that the Amazon still gives us an answer, but a lot of people stop to say who is contaminating. The great countries and many of these countries are not even in that debate. So it is the time for countries to return to the world what they extracted from it, because we understand that it's a collective debate that needs to call the traditional people, and that we have to have room for the young people, for women, and it's everyone's decision. Or we're all going to suffer, and that's what I think as a manager, and I see these difficulties every day as a citizen. So it is a great opportunity to debate about that. Each one of us has a key role, from the way I relate to others, what the waste reduction is. Imagine my city, 72 islands. I'm more over 50. I'm not going to tell you my age, but it's been a decade since I hear, oh, the environment, that's environmentalists' issues. They're crazy. The water in the Amazon is never going to exhaust itself. And now we see that effect on climate change. I have in the school kids that faint because of the heat waves. And that's a result of what each one of us did with the environment. So we have to understand why those things happen and to have the responsibility as cities. Now we have problems. Disposable diapers that are excessive. What in the past we carried like the bottle, now everything is disposable. So there is an excess of consumption, and with that, there is an increase in the use of recyclables, and that is a huge issue. There is a debate as to how to consume and how that is related to waste and how we are stimulating. And we have to collect from those who produce great impact in the environment. We're going to close the session now with the last question, the last challenge for my panelists. We're going to start with in 1 minute. You have to say in 1 minute. It's not easy, I know, but why is this the time? Why is the time now to do it? More importantly, how can we guarantee that it's being used not only by scientists but also in practical matters, the young people, the people who are here in this climate conference, international climate conference, and around the world listening to it. We have to think about that, we know. But in your perspective, what do you think? The best moment to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. We can say this report should have been here 20 years ago, but it didn't. So we have it here now. We need to have a lot of expectations from what we've heard. And of course, we're sure that it will happen when following some perspective. The communities are there. They're all focused on solutions, and we need to have positive perspectives based on that. Very surely we have to have a lot of expectations and trust in local, regional institutions and global institutions. So I think sometimes they say we are going to land while running. We are getting your supplies that we can translate even before we get to the publications. We'll turn those into actions. It's not just the expectation. From our side, it has to be a commitment. And with GCOM, we're going to promote that as a perspective. There is a lot of expectations. I don't know if that puts us in a lot of pressure to the group or it gives us more enthusiasm. Thank you, Clara. First off, I want to recognize that the climate culture is to recognize the right to a healthy environment. So the time is now because of the climatic urgency, the urban inequality that we have. All the social actors recognize that. We need to be focused. But the urban community, the ones that are less visible, also think so. And basically, we, as scientists, we have to try to adapt the knowledge and to spread the knowledge. People must read the report and interpret the results. And one of the biggest challenges is what's referred to the administrative and lower that to bring it down to the institutions which already have their own rules and regulations and being at the service of all the states and most of all being transparent. So I think the moment is now. John? 3 things. We need to act now without forgetting about the long-term plan in the middle of adversity, because all these have their own characteristics, social characteristics. And I think that leads us to the second point that I want to share, which is the need to co-produce solutions, generate alliances, collaborations among all the stakeholders, not only the academia and politics, the civil society, well organized and not organized. And the third point is the time is now, because there are many efforts that are happening right now, sometimes with actors with different hats in different places, but we need to integrate them in a more efficient way. And I think that 20 years later, and I say 20 years later because 20 years ago, maybe a little bit more, the world was for the first time urban in its most of all. Thank you, John. Lillian? The cities report was something that we needed for a very long time. This is a vindication. Finally, we have this report. And now we have to take advantage of that so that we have this document for the local predecessors, preferably from the process itself. We already have the C order of draft. In September and October, it will be the first draft that will be public. It will be read and people will be able to comment. We need all of you to comment and ask for information. So since October, you will have that first version of what we're working on. And cities can make immediate changes. The local action can even be faster, more efficient than the national one. National policies are necessary, but local actions are also important, working with them and with immediate results. Having early alert systems, very simple things as those can save lives, and they can help people make decisions so that they are not affected before they happen. They can set up better mechanisms to help immediately to the population too, by preparing the emergency responses to the heat waves, to have thermal refugees, to the floods, to the wildfires. There are simple things that can be done in Chile. That wildfire that happened, there was a middle class neighborhood that didn't get burned because they took measures so that the fire did not spread out. Having a reservoir with water so that the fire workers always have that, so that fire does not advance. Train the communities and to have construction systems that are fire resistant, that everything is built in wood in California and then everything burns when there is a wildfire. There have to be parameters that have to be changed as with ordinances and the changes in the construction system. People should not get licenses if they can prove energy savings. Simple things that on a daily basis the cities can implement. And of course, we need to monitor the carbon footprint so that we know that they are giving results with the climate action plans. And of course, a national global planning of urban infrastructure. And then the largest countries should help with money to invest in more infrastructure to reduce risk and adapt cities to this future climate, especially in the most vulnerable regions. Thank you, Liliana. We're going to finish with these two cities, but we have to finish the cities very quickly. Your perspectives. Come on. 1 minute. I think it is very clear that it is now. They said today that we are very slow, but it would be worse to not have started. in 2019 there is um, a pun that instead of declaration we declare action, and that was after 5 years to reach 2030. It is now, because that's where I see that there is the main and this is science. The debate of whether this is true or not, it's a priority at two levels. First, governance, and making it a discussion, such as fear at global level, at global of different governance levels, but at a different level that is with our community, the one we are demanding from and suffering the consequences, and sometimes to doubt whether that is worth it or not. That's why I say the sciences now, because in those two global and local levels, and in the full empowerment, is what is going to give us the necessary strength to survive this next decade. We have to, the moment is now, but cities grow, and we have a lot of more urban areas, with the difficulty that we manage climate change. The report tells us that there are ways, and most of all, solutions for the cities and the communities, so that people can understand that information. We have to act to protect the information. If people have access to that information, without a doubt, we will have less problems. More specifically, when we think about the importance of linking science and the participation of communities and the civil society, all this information can help leaders and also communities and the social organizations. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. A big round of applause to them, for our panelists. And let's meet tomorrow in the marketplace. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to the last panel of today. Thank you for this wonderful conversation. And now a big round of applause, because for those of us who stayed up to now, for you, we stayed up to now in this international conference, Latin American commitment. And while they take the picture, let me tell you that tomorrow we have a lot of activities, among others, talking about climate financing. Tomorrow we have the 5th Circular Economy Summit. We're going to talk about industry and economy, important in the ecology. 21 countries and 150 stands. We start at 9 a.m. because then we will experiment with 500 students, 10 students who will propose ideas to fight global change, the Climathon. We'll meet tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Millie and Mariano, thank you. Thanks, everyone. The ones connected through YouTube, social media. We'll meet tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye.